It depends on Magens Bay to help cover some of its expenses due to differences in income. There is a strategic plan to transform Smith Bay Park into a tranquil retreat, setting it apart from the lively atmosphere of Magens Bay Park to attract visitors and locals looking for a more peaceful environment. Both parks rely on interest fees, open space, and revenue from activities and rentals. Our beautiful park generates revenue through a variety of means, including interest fees, open space rentals, and incomes from various activities. In the case of Magens Bay Park, concession agreements are sourced from the following: WOW Water Sports, USVI, LLC, AAA Taxi Service, which currently an RFP for taxi service is pending, DM Hospitality, LLC, which beach chair rentals and boutique and retail sale, Elevated Hospitality, LLC, food and beverage sales. The Magens Bay Authority created a competitive bidding process through the issuance of a request for proposal for each concession across the 3 business ventures: food and beverage, boutique, and beach chair rentals. These ventures created a diverse opportunity that only enhanced the park experience, but also contribute to the maintenance of stable revenue stream. Successes and challenges. The renovation of the ADA ramp at Bathhouse Number 3 has been successfully completed, delivering a safer, more durable, and fully compliant structure that enables smooth and reliable access for individuals with disabilities, parents with strollers, and all visitors, therefore improving the overall accessibility and enhancing the park experience for the public. The dedication of the Elliott McDavid Trail in honor of our esteemed former board member, recognizing his unwavering commitment to promoting health and wellness in the community. To enhance the visitor experience, we have procured additional picnic benches, ensuring ample seating and dining spaces for our customers and visitors. Prioritizing accessibility, we have installed 3 sets of ADA ramps to facilitate the mobility of our disabled community, from the parking area to the beach. To further inclusive, we have acquired 5 new water wheelchairs to replace the ones that were damaged. We are committed to assisting all community members and the visitors in fully enjoying the serene waters. We are thrilled to report our highly successful 14th annual King of the Wings event at Magens Bay, which drew over 4,800 visitors and successfully raised funds for Nana Baby Home. The restoration of the Coconut Grove has been completed, further enhancing and appealing our surroundings. Implementation of new community-based programming, including Magens Bay has consistently extended support to our faith-based organization. Many of them have utilized our facilities to host camps and events. We have engaged in collaborative efforts with multiple government agencies to facilitate employee events, retreats, and recreational outings, including partnership with the Virgin Islands National Guard, VI Police Department of Health, Human Services, Department of Public Works, and the Water and Power Authority. Our endearing town hall meetings with the Taxi Association are geared towards nurturing a more robust and all-encompassing relationship, serving the objective to refine our service delivery to our esteemed customer base. In addition, we have conducted ongoing lifeguard training sessions with the Red Cross lifeguards facilities to hold safety standards and preparedness. Several lifeguards have received additional responder safety and health concept training, a practical and essential skill that enhance your confidence and competence. A second session of the training will be conducted before the end of this fiscal year. Challenges: nature-invasive plants, flooding, natural and man-made disaster, and increase of seaweed and sargassum on our shores. Human behavior: loud music, abandoning pets being dropped off on the beach, glass bottles, and other hazardous material being brought to the park. Unauthorized selling of goods and services on our parks. Facility: long lines, aging facility, and ongoing constructions. FY 2026 projected projects. Facility improvements. All of the following projects are scheduled to commence in fiscal year 2026 as part of Magens Bay Authority's strategic plan to strengthen infrastructure, enhance visitor service, and maintain the highest standard of environmental stewardship. Bathhouse number 1 reconstruction. Following the extensive damage sustained during the 2017 hurricanes, Bathhouse number 1 will undergo a complete rebuild. The facility will feature an ADA-compliant access, modernized bathrooms and showers, and design that is both functional and resilient against coastal weather conditions. Renovation of Shed 1. Shed 1 will receive a full renovation to address structural concerns and improve safety. Work will include replacement of deteriorated supporting columns and installation of upgraded fixtures to meet the modern operational standards. The renovations will improve durability, ensure resilience against environmental wear, and provide an enhanced space for guest use. Renovation of the bridge. The bridge renovation focused on restoring the essential pedestrian and service route. Upgrading include replacing of compromised deck boards, reinforcement of structural beams, and application of protective coating to resist corrosion and weather damage. These enhancements have extended the bridge lifespan, improved load capacity, and ensure safe patches for all visitors and parks operation. Upgrade to septic system at Bathhouse number 2. To accommodate the increase in usage and maintain environmental safeguards, Bathhouse number 2 septic system will undergo a major upgrade. Aging components will be replaced with modern high-efficiency system designed to handle greater water waste volume while minimizing environmental impact. Improved filtration and drain system will also be installed to protect the surrounding natural resources, improve sanitation, and reduce long-term maintenance requirement. Collectively, these completed projects represent the authority's commitment to preserve park infrastructure, improve the visitor experience, and ensuring compliance with safety and environmental standards. Despite facing numerous challenges, including limited resources and environmental factors, the dedicated team at the Magens Bay Authority has shown unwavering commitment to address and overcome these obstacles. Their resolute determination drives them to operate the park and beaches in a manner that enhances the experience of visitors and contribute to the overall health and well-being of both the local population and esteemed guests of the Virgin Islands. This involves preserving the natural resources to positively impact the mental health of our community, education about our natural plants and animals, offering an exceptional recreational experience that contributes to the community's physical health. Moving forward, the organization is focused on 3 main goals that were created last year: to enhance user experience and promote environmental conservation, preservation, education. Facilities and staff form the foundation of the future improving user experience and fostering environmental conservation, which forms the core of our future strategy. Our commitment to preservation is evident through the completion of the restoration of the Coconut Grove. We are currently focusing on rejuvenating the Arboretum by planting native trees, clearing pathways, and installing informational plaques. Rebuilding the Arboretum will help maintain the watershed, prevent soil erosion, and prevent a wealth of educational opportunities, particularly during harsh weather conditions. The nature trail will also be a priority as it promotes our natural environment and the fitness aspect of our park. The pathway of the trail will be refurbished to mitigate the natural occurrences of erosion over the years. The authority looks forward to offering walking tours and workshops about Magens Bay and the Virgin Islands flora and fauna. These programs empower individuals with skills, foster community development, and engage the youth. Our partnership with the educational institutions will contribute to raising a generation of more in tune to nature's wonders and the importance of conservation. Our foremost objective is to enhance the facilities and provide comprehensive support to the staff at both locations, acknowledging their vital role in delivering an exceptional experience for all visitors. With the intimate constructions of Bathhouse number 3, we unequivocally dedicate to effectively significantly infrastructure improvements. Additionally, we take pride in offering our employee customer service training, lifeguard courses, and supplementary education programs aimed at fostering their professional development. These initiatives are designed to elevate the overall quality of our service delivery. I would like to conclude by saying that our efforts are focused on providing exceptional recreational experience while preserving our natural asset. With all the continued support from this esteemed body, we are confident that our vision will be realized. Thank you once again for this opportunity. We are prepared to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simon, General Manager, for your testimony there. Of course, we do have a few questions for you. You spoke about the federal, well, let me recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kurt Violet. Good afternoon, Senator. Welcome. You spoke about federal funds. Did you receive any federal funds in FY 2025?
In 2025, we received one payment, which was a reimbursement from 2017 Hurricane Irma Maria in the amount of $4,725, and that was a reimbursement.
$4,725.
$725.
$425. Okay. Do you owe anything in vendors payment at this time?
Not at this moment.
Okay. What about revenues? I didn't hear you talk too much about your revenues to date. What is your revenues to date?
Currently, our revenues is $2,488 and $796, which is from our gate.
Say that amount again?
$2,488,796.
How was that in comparison to the same time period last year? Are you up or down?
Our revenues are currently up.
What was your revenues during this same time period for FY 2024?
Okay, one moment. Excuse me, Senator, I want to have a correction. Our total revenue for as of August 15th was $4,688,856.64. And for FY 2024, it was $4,854,386.12.
And that's for the same time period or the entire year?
The entire year for 2024, and for the time period, the first number was for the time period for 2025.
Up until August 15?
August 15, correct.
Okay. When was your last audit?
We received a completed audit on 2022, so our last audit was for 2022.
Okay, when is the next audit slated to be completed?
We have engaged in an RFP for audit for 2023 to 2025, so we're waiting to hear back those responses to have those audits completed.
Okay. And what have you paid out in per diem to board members in aggregate?
Board. I will have to research that and get back to you.
Okay. What is your current operating time?
We are open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. for the Magens Bay Authority, and for Smith Bay is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and that's Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week.
7 days a week. All right, at this time I'll open up the floor for questions from my colleagues, and I'll come back with some additional questions. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewers, listeners, and present. I just wanted to put on the record that Magens Bay is the #1 beach in the world. So we just wanted to make sure it's right here in the Virgin Islands, Magens Bay Beach. So, General Manager Simon, thank you. Thank you to you, your team, your board, keeping Magens Bay up and keeping it running. Now, you have a copy of the Post Auditor's report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on page 7 of the Post Auditor's report, the last sentence said for fiscal year 26, the authority submitted a projected budget totaling $4,136,021. In your testimony, said that the projected combined operation expenses are $3,646,021. Is one of the numbers R4 is operating less than your overall projection?
Could you repeat that again, Senator, on page 6,
On
correct?
page 7
Page
of the
7.
Post Auditor report, the last sentence for fiscal year
Yes,
2026.
Yes, I see that.
The authority, okay, that $4,136,021.
Yes, I
And
see
in
that.
your testimony, in your first page, the second page of your testimony, you have the Magens Bay Authority projected combined operations is at $3,646,021. So your projected for 26 in your testimony is $3,600,000?
That's our operating
three-
costs.
Okay. And overall is the $4,000,001?
The overall is revenue.
Revenue included?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
No, see, the operating, the 3 million is for operating. The 4 million is for the, for revenue. That's
I
the projected
got you.
revenue.
So has anyone received any wage increases in 25?
Yes, all our unionized employees receive their wage increases.
Any retro owed to them?
No, they were all fulfilled.
Which union is it?
The VI Workers Union.
VI workers? Okay, and could I get, do you have any capital outlay? What have you expended in capital outlay for 25? Can you say you have the shed and the bathroom facility?
Okay, the shed would commence 2026.
26?
Yes.
Okay, so what have you budgeted in 26 for capital outlay?
Our capital overlay budget, I don't have that presently with me, but I
Okay.
can provide it to you.
Okay, so you have your 25 expenditures?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what have you spent in personnel, fringe, supplies? Fringe, supplies, capital, utilities.
Okay. As far as for fringe, we have $406,021.02. As far as
Personnel?
personnel, hold on one second, sorry. The personnel, we have, hold on a second. Our personnel costs, we have for our full-time employees, $663,183.14. Fringe, $406,271, which total $1,069,560.36.
Wait, excuse me, what's it? You said for fringe 406,
$406,000, sorry, $406,271.02.
Okay. Supplies?
For, hold on one moment, please. Supplies.
So basically, also, do you have also what you paid for utilities?
For electricity, we have $82,038.30. As far as you was asking in regards to building repairs, We have spent $45,328.61. No, excuse me, in entirety.
Okay, and just supplies?
And for office, as far as supplies, which include dues and small tools, lifeguard supplies, $113,484.31.
Okay, now, excuse me, how many persons do you have under 35,000?
We have three employees.
3, okay. Do you have an estimate of what it would cost for personnel and fringe for those 3 employees to bring them up to the 35?
Not at the moment, but we are working towards bringing those individuals up.
Okay, and would your overall revenues and stuff be able to cover the estimated amount?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, all right. How many vacancies?
We have 8 vacancies.
And how many of those vacancies are under 35,000, if any?
Well, presently, out of those 8 vacancies, 6 of them are underneath that price. I'm sorry, it's underneath that dollar amount.
Okay, 6 are under
Correct.
35. Okay, and 8
1
vacancies
minute.
total. Okay. All right. Now, for Magens Bay as a whole, what are you putting into advertising for Magens Bay? You came and you mentioned some things, but what kind of advertisement budget do you have, and where do you and how are you advertising Magens Bay as an entity?
Well, with Magens Bay, we have several publications where we advertise. 4 of the publications, the majority of them, which you're seeing throughout the Virgin Islands. We also have our social media page and also our web page. So our advertisement budget has been basically with the dues, publications, and we're basically going to extend out and trying to get a broader range as far as commercials and so forth to bring a broader viewing audience.
Okay, and then and finally, like you mentioned, long lines. Magens Bay is the beach of
30
choice.
seconds.
What are you doing? Is there anything in play right now being put in place to address the long lines, which you mentioned also in your testimony?
Well, we're basically trying to educate the taxi drivers to have their monies ready for their tourists. That would alleviate some of the long lines. And also, we're trying to incorporate a module unit, meaning that we will have a handheld machinery to assist in walking down the path in order to take payment. Because if we don't collectively work together, those lines are not going to go down anytime soon. But we implore on the taxi community to make sure that they have their customers' money ready. That's what takes a lot of time.
And finally, I know I asked the last time, I asked about having GS employees. How many GS employees do you have?
We have 11.
11. Okay, and are they paid commensurate to the GS employees of the government when 27 they do the next raise?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Graff. General Manager Simon, are you paid, your employees, the government employees paid through the ERP?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so are you up to date with your GRS payments?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Have you received any philanthropic contributions or donations to the park?
Yes, we received a donation in amount of $1,200. $1,200.
$1,200? And do you have any litigation or judgment against the authority right now?
No.
No. Okay. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, you recognize.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the former director and manager did file a lawsuit, right? Is that litigation pending or it's been resolved?
I'm not familiar with that, where it stands at the moment, sir, but I don't think it's
Okay, so
resolved.
that's a pending lawsuit that the chair just asked you about. Do you have any certificates of deposits?
Yes, we do have CDs. correct.
What's the amount of those certificates of deposits? I'm looking at your finances here. This looks like this is a cash cow. This Magens Bay Authority looks like it produces a lot of revenues.
The certificate of deposit amount is $681,631.
And that's the only certificate of deposit? Do you have any other cash savings, investments?
We have this, our savings account and operating account.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Joseph. Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on the gentleman from Savannah and Bavoni question, I wanted to ask you, what is the total insurance coverage you have for the Magens Bay Authority? I was trying to find it in the post-audit report and your testimony. I didn't see anything. Liability.
I would have to supply that information to you. You're talking about the dollar value of I will have to.
How much you have the coverage for? And you have an independent coverage outside of the GVI.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that independent coverage covers your vehicle as well as any liability, et cetera.
We have vehicle insurance, yes, separate
Okay.
from the general insurance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. Ms. Simon, General Manager. Ms. Simon, how you doing? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, I'm well, and yourself?
Thank you. I'm very pleased to see your organization is functioning so well and you're not asking us for any money because you're self-sufficient. You're actually performing as a semi-autonomous agency should. I'm very impressed with the numbers. There's nothing about your numbers that gives me any pause. So congratulations to you and the crew for doing a yeoman's job in not costing the people of the Virgin Islands any money. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you some questions. I noticed you only had one lifeguard listed. Is there a reason why?
We have been exhaustively trying to recruit lifeguards. Currently, I actually have 3 pending interviews, but lifeguards, we have individuals that come in, but they want to be part-timers. It's their second job. We're looking for full-time employment. And that's across the nation as far as trying to employ full-time lifeguards.
It's not an issue with the compensation?
We recently revised our compensation. Previously, we matched those of sports park and recreation. I also had a conversation with them, and they also had issues with trying to obtain lifeguards. But the compensation has been upgraded in order to seek and bring in new qualified individuals.
And who are you using to assist with trying to recruit these lifeguards?
Well, basically, we have been doing advertising. We're also on our Facebook, and we're also trying to utilize Department of Labor and their website.
In reference to the resignation, I noticed you've got 3 resignation, 2 retirements, 3 new hires, and I guess you had 1 deceased employee. What's going on with the resignation? This seems like a great job to have.
Well, we had 2 individuals that relocated, and another one had a job offer, so people left island.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a great crew of people. Tell me a little bit more about this accounting contract you have with Miss Lisa
Enriquez. She's basically
Yes.
making sure that all our payroll taxes are being completed, the reconciliation of our bank accounts. So we utilize her for our other accounting efforts.
But you've never done an RFP for that service?
No, it's an in-house, and it's basically in conjunction with our regular payroll schemes.
Okay, great. So what's your plan? You've got almost $10 million here, 9.7 million. What's the plan with, just keep billing cash? I mean, what's the authority's plan with all this money? Are you planning on acquiring more property or adding more services or what? At what point do you start doing something with this money?
Well, currently, we are doing restorations to several of our facility buildings. Over a period of time, there's a deterioration with our facility as far as our shed, as far as our roads. So we have a lot of money to go into as far as rebuilding and making a stronger structure. Also, we have, for the last month, we've been inundated with Sargassum, and we're looking at
1 minute.
resolutions in far to assist us with that, and that is going to be a costly measure. Looking into getting into a boom, which is a price tag of over $100,000, and also the maintenance of that. So we have a lot of ongoing projects which will utilize some of those funds.
But you're going to be generating additional income because you've got other areas that I see you're planning on opening up and generating more cash flow. So you're still going to be well off. Correct? In spite of all
30
the
seconds.
projects you just outlined, they don't have a high capital outlay.
Well, at the moment, we're doing the rebuilding of shed number 1, which is almost a $2 million project, which is assisted by FEMA. So a lot of that funding source will have to come from us.
Oh, so there's a
Time.
matching component?
Yes. That's $345,000, yes.
Okay, the only advice I would give is, since you're cash flowing so well, please look out for your employees. Make sure they get a nice bonus or raise because this is amazing. I really appreciate what I see in terms of on paper. Congratulations and keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Ray Fonseca, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Simon, in respect to safety and security, what is being done to ensure and upgrade your safety and security systems over at the both of the facilities?
Basically, we are trying to install more cameras. We have certain cameras on the beach, but we need to get further down the line. The cameras, lighting, and training, and also hiring of individuals. We have part-timers, but we'd like to bring on more full-timers because there's a notice that in the evening we have more and more people visiting the beach, and we need more security.
Okay. What about emergency response in terms of you have individuals trained in first aid and first responder? If anything happened at the beach, how are you handling emergency responses?
We have individuals and some part-timers that are trained. We have a couple of ones that are actually our EMT that works up, but basically we have ongoing training.
Okay. And I know during your last presentation, or perhaps the one before that, there were some challenges regarding the concession lease. I think there was a long-term lease that had now been vacated on RFP that was put out for someone new to handle the concession. Where are you with your concession at this point?
We have a new concessionaire. They started in, I think, December of 2023. So there is a new concessionaire that deals with that area.
And the lease is for how long?
5 years.
5 years. All right. Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all my colleagues, all the listening audience, and of course, General Manager, Ms. Monique Simon, welcome. Real quickly, the lease that the chairman just mentioned, what's the monthly rent that they pay?
For the concession, it's $15,000.
15. Okay, I got a question because I was over Magens Bay. We had a little function. The Thomas Skelton Stout family and I was passing by the chairs them. It looked like you had like a velvet thing with the beach chair rentals, and it made me feel like this ain't the spot for the locals to be. We could go on the other side up by shed 1, or we could go shed 2, 3. A local could camp out in that area where the tourists hang out, right?
Yes.
Okay, because somehow I guess like it's exclusive with them velvet thing, like it's separated. You know what I mean?
Yes, Senator, normally the excursions, they would rent the chairs for a group of individuals, and to separate the rentals for the excursions and amongst the rest of the other guests, that's the course that the vendor used.
Yeah, I understand your explanation, but it still gave me the impression that this Fonseca don't go here. Go on that side, go on the other side. He got his velvet thing separating. This is for tourists. But I understand your explanation, but I didn't feel too good about it. Okay, so let's go to Smith Bay now. You have money loaned to Smith Bay. They owe you money. How does that operate?
Basically, we have come to terms to state that it's not really a loan, because Magens Bay and Smith Bay is one. It's just the funding source. So,
They borrow money from you? How does it work?
but the money goes into the same pot.
Okay. So you're subsidizing them.
Correct.
Do you intend to collect from Smith Bay in the future? Do you have an accounts receivable for Smith Bay Beach?
Smith Bay collects the funds, and we also have employees that's paid through
Okay,
Smith
so
Bay.
you don't believe Smith Bay owes you any money?
At the time, no.
Okay. Let me ask you, they had a meeting with the Taino Indian Development proposal. What's the status with that?
Well, we all came to the table to have a discussion in regards to bringing more historical information and, flavor to the beach. There was a preliminary meeting, but we have to come again and have some conversation. They showed us their outlay, their outline, what their intentions are, but it's for all of us to come together to agree what we can do to push that forward.
Okay, so is the board in support of it?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's a real good proposal. Congratulations. Okay, going back to the questions from the senator from Savan, the other senator from Savan. So those employees that are less than 35, do they? I wasn't sure. Do you pay GERS contributions for those employees?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So all of the employees that you have listed here are members of the GERS system?
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And the insurance and everything, you give them all of that?
Everything that the regular government employee receives.
Okay, good. So now lifeguards. To follow up on the lifeguards, I noticed that the salary was what, $41,000, and you had one lifeguard. That lifeguard is for Magens Bay. There's no lifeguard over at Smith Bay.
We have lifeguards on both beaches. That lifeguard, every lifeguard works on either beach, but that's the only one that we have as full-time.
Okay, so the rest are part-time. How many part-time lifeguards?
We have around 7 to 8 part-time lifeguards.
Okay, awesome.
1 minute.
So now your revenues, you said was $4,688,000 for 2025 to date.
Correct.
So what are you projecting as your final number for fiscal year 2025?
Well, which is in a few weeks, so 10% of that.
30 seconds.
Okay. So basically your revenue is in line with where it was last year.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Well, the Magens Bay Authority, they're well managed. It's incredible that you don't ask for any money. I wish a lot of the other authorities, semi-autonomous, would be in that situation. So I'd like to see the Smith Bay getting a little bit more developed, a little concession stand, and I'd like to see at least 2 restaurants out at Magens Bay, because I think even though you close early, I think it's a good spot. you kind of like leaving the revenue because people are out there in that area eating dinner at night. So that's just my suggestions, and keep up the good work.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Let's go over the board members real quick again. Who are the current board members?
Our board chair is Ms. Barbara Peterson. One second, I just want to make sure I do it all. We also have, so our board chair is Ms. Barbara Peterson. We have Kevin Rodriguez, who's the governor representative. We have Ms. Cecile DeYoung. We have Mr. Dale Barry, Mr. Robert Marone, Mr. Jason Charles, and Ms. Katina Koulianos.
You said Darrell Barry or Dale Barry?
Dale Barry.
Dale Barry. Okay, so we have some corrections to be made here to the post-audit report on those board members. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you. Ms. Simon, how are you doing?
I'm well, and yourself?
I trust your family fared well with the weather?
Yes, they did.
Good, good, good. I think you're doing a really great job in your new role as the manager for the Magens Bay Authority. And your staff is also doing a really good job. I see them out working even when I go to the beach on the weekend. And I went to the beach, I think about 2 or 3 weekends ago, but this time to Smith Bay Park. And guess what I saw on the shores?
Turtle?
The sargassum.
Oh,
Yes, that's going to give you a big headache now. The sargassum was all over the shore of Smith Bay Park. What are you doing? Do you have a contractor who goes and clean up the beach?
we have our staff. We hire temporary staff to clean the beach. We have a contractor that also picks up our garbage that is licensed to also pick up the seaweed.
You're going to need more than the young man, the person I saw there.
No, we have additional.
Well, when I went, there was only one man on the beach cleaning up all of that sargassum. And I said they have to try to do something more efficiently. And it isn't that you don't have the resources. You do have the money to contract someone or some entity to support your staff to move it quickly, because it really was a turn off for me, and I'm a resident.
Understood.
I'm a resident, and it was a turn off for me. I totally turned around and went to another beach. So that's something you want to really look at and have your board consider. Just getting putting out an RFQ and see what you could get back as far as persons to come in to quickly clean up the beach. We're having an issue even down at Brewers Bay, but that's another disaster, another headache with all of that. Now, I know the chairman asked about FEMA funding, and you said you only had about $4,000 you receive in federal monies.
That was outstanding from 2017 hurricane.
From 2017. I noted on page 4 of the post-audit report that you, the Magens Bay Authority, have secured $3.4 million in FEMA funding for some of these capital projects that you mentioned in your testimony.
It's mainly for bathhouse number 1. That's the bathhouse that was destroyed during Hurricane Irma Maria. We had an extension and we was approved, so we're moving forward. So that fund is just for that entity, that section.
Right, and I noted that Romina Construction is the contractor.
Yes, we went
What is the amount of that contract?
1.7.
1.7 million. So you're going to have some money left over?
They're only going to allot what we need.
Only, okay. So is there any other items that was impacted adversely by the hurricane that you needed money for?
That was the main structural item that we've been fighting for years to get off the ground.
Okay, and you, the Magens Bay Authority, has sufficient funds to meet the match?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so you don't have to come for us for any money?
No, we
I'm
don't.
just making clear,
I'm
to
clear.
making sure that we are clear that you're not coming to us for any money. Also, I wanted to ask you about your part-time. Look at page 5 of the post-audit report. It doesn't list here, I know you gave some information, but it doesn't list here on page 5 your part-time and full-time employees. We just get a full list, and I know post-audit typically prints what you supply. So that's my concern. And it doesn't list
1 minute.
the vacant position. I'm trying to see. I didn't see any vacant positions here. So if you could, through the chair, supply us with all of your positions, both part-time and full-time, as well as those who are positions and their pay that are vacant. Because you have here, are you projecting hiring these 3 new hires?
Yes.
Okay, so are they listed here in this list of personnel services?
No.
Okay.
I do
30
have a
seconds.
list. I do have a listing with the vacant positions, and I will supply that to you.
Please, thank you so much. That would be very helpful. So, where do you think, do you advertise the Magens Bay properties? Do you do some advertisement of the Magens Bay property independent of the Department of Tourism?
Yes, we do.
At what cost?
Well, right now, our advertisement balance for the year is 60,000.
Time.
Mr. Chairman, 60,000?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up. And this advertisement that you do, is it with an independent contractor?
It's with different magazine publications.
Okay. Through the chair, kindly forward the names of the contractors that you utilize to advertise both properties, you're saying?
Yes, we do.
To advertise the properties. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my questioning. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph. Ms. Simon, I think on the question you spoke about a $2 million set aside for the rebuild of Shed 1. Did I misunderstand you? Or
No, shit, no, that's bathhouse number 1.
Bathhouse number 1?
Yes.
$2 million set aside?
That's with the grant and the cost to rebuild those.
$2 million for bathroom,
Yes.
Shed 1?
No, bathhouse number 1.
Bathhouse number 1?
Yes, Senator. That's
$2
the
million?
cost. Yes, sir.
$2 million for a bathhouse.
Yes, Senator.
Who did the design, the architectural build out of this? What's happening or yeah?
I think that was underneath John Woods and Associates, but we have the drawings and so forth.
Yeah. The scope of work?
Yes, we do.
You have the scope of work?
And the bid for the bathhouse renovation, reconstruction was done through an RFP. So we went through the proper process, and we had several bidders, and we went through their proposals.
So I wasn't good. I just can't fathom $2 million for a bathhouse.
And there's a lot of dewatering, and it's similar to the bathhouse on Smith Bay. And that was a cost.
That was $2 million for that one as well?
It was almost that, yeah.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, just for informational purposes, as far as the members of the board, the governor is a member of the board, but the St. Thomas administrator attends the meeting on his behalf. Is that correct?
Noted, yes.
Okay, yes. So the governor is part of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Viale, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Chair, the $2 million bathhouse goes along with the $1 million cistern that we had last week that is being built. Okay, so everything kind of correlates. In reference to the testimony, Magens Bay is a good operation. We have been able to sustain themselves for a long period of time. But in your testimony, you don't have a lot of numbers. You don't have information as to the cost of the lease agreements. You don't have how many tourists, how many local. Can you give me some more breakdown? Let's start with the lease agreements. WOW Water Sports, what is the cost of that agreement with the authority?
Okay. WOW Water Stores is our new vendor because we just went through an RFP process in regards to that. The monthly lease agreement for that vendor is $2,750. That's the monthly cost.
Okay, and they're doing what? What are they renting?
Repeat that again, sir.
Yeah, what type of services are they providing?
They will do recreational, non-motorized water sports, paddle boarding, kayaking, water sports for the Magens Bay location.
Okay. And the Taxi Association, what's the cost of that service? That lease agreement?
Their lease agreement is, offhand, is $30,000 a year.
DM Hospitality LLC?
They have a rental agreement, which is, they pay $15,000 plus operating, method of operating. So they pay a monthly lease of $15,000.
$15,000 per month?
Correct, for rental.
And Elevated Hospitality?
There's additional $6,000.
Okay, and DM Hospitality owns Elevated Hospitality?
DM, they have similar names, but they're two different companies.
Okay. In reference to the number of guests that you have, do you have the breakdown for the number of guests at Smith Bay and Magens Bay in categories, tourist and local?
I can have that. I do not have it with me now, but I could have submitted to you.
Okay, and your FY 2025 budget was, what was the total? For this year, what are you projecting as your, or what are your numbers for your FY 2025 budget for this year?
The $4,688,000.
No, the 4,608,000 is your FY 26, and I think when the senator from Savan spoke to you, in your testimony, you said that your cost is $3 million.
Yes.
3.6, I think you said.
Yes.
Your operating expense? $3,646,021. That's your operating expense, right?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, so your projected budget is not $4,136,000. Your projected revenue is $4,136,000.
Correct, sir.
Okay, so you would have like a $500,000 difference between your revenues and your expenses.
Correct.
Is that an average amount that you realize each year in terms of
No,
the difference between?
We normally have like, for example, our 2024, we had a net income of $1,489,000.
Okay.
1 minute.
And
I know you did a lot of excursions to Magens Bay from the cruise ships because I've actually seen the number of individuals that are there. It's a really nice revenue generator. Do we have any similar excursions to Smith Bay? Any agreements with the cruise ship industry to Smith Bay?
we do have excursion going to Smith Bay from a vendor, so they come 2 to 3 times a week. So Smith Bay receives excursion along with Magens Bay.
Okay, and Smith Bay is which cruise ship? It's a
Well-
third party or they're directly with the authority?
With a third party.
You're a third party. Okay, have you ever thought about reaching out directly to the cruise lines to set up excursions to those two beautiful sites?
Yes, we do. The Royal Caribbean and certain other ones do have excursions coming directly Disney.
Okay, are you thinking about doing the same thing for Smith Bay?
Yes, sir.
Time.
Okay, I'll finish right now, Mr. Chair. With your indulgence, do we advertise the fact that Magens Bay is handicap accessible?
Yes, both of them.
Okay. And
Both
is there
beaches.
any plan to incorporate some of the smaller local vendors that might sell, I don't want to call it a specialty, but more the cuisine of the Virgin Islands, whether it's pate or Johnny cake or just a small kiosk that they can operate? Are you guys looking at that?
For Smith Bay, definitely.
And not for Magens Bay that have all
What
of those
currently
tourists?
we-
I know you get 100,000 tourists there.
Currently, Magens Bay has a concessionaire, and that concessionaire does serve local cuisine as far as pate. But Smith Bay, as you know, we don't have a concessionaire, and we're definitely looking into that.
Okay, well, what about stuff like just coconut water? The last time I was there was somebody that were outside the gate, away from everything, selling coconut. Are we trying to get, what I'm thinking about is just getting a local experience, a coconut vendor that's on the beach for the experience of the tourists. Are we looking at any of those areas outside of what the vendor for the concession has?
We can have a discussion, and I definitely think that will be more positive.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. Ms. Simon, what's the visitor census at each of the sites over at Magens Bay? How much visitors come through that gate?
I can get those numbers
Estimate
for
on
you.
that,
I know that
estimate.
we have like 1.7 million visitors per year, but I can get the consensus for each beach for you.
Please, okay.
Yes.
Okay. What about new initiatives? What is being discussed in respect to new initiatives undertaken for that would perhaps bring in additional revenues there?
Well, the Taino Village would be one. We're also looking at the walking tours that we discussed. We have local vendors, local individuals that would like to assist us in the walking tours. So as far as the Arboretum, the trail, so the new initiative would definitely be the walking tours, educational. And we also have the current concessionaire, but the walking tours and basically the hiking would be one of the big initiatives that would be take off.
Okay. Any timeline in which you intend to initiate those?
Hopefully would be for the next fiscal year.
Do you see any use of the facility during the evenings, during the night? Any benefits to utilizing the facilities even on a low-scale level during the night?
There have been proposals in regards to people wanting to have different activities in the evening because it's actually beautiful, the moonlight and so forth. So that is another proposal that has come across our desk.
Okay, and how was that materializing? What's the discussion there?
We're waiting for the full proposal. We have the verbal, but we need a written.
Okay. All right, any burning questions for my colleagues? Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to General Manager Simon, in regards to the lifeguards, what specialized equipment do your lifeguards have? Do they have jet skis? Do they have those baskets or that float, that pull up? What do they have?
No, the lifeguards, they have their board, they have their medical equipment, they have their tubing. So that's the equipment that they're issued. Now,
Okay, so they still have to swim out.
yes, they do.
Look into jet skis.
Well, we were blessed. We got a jet ski donation. It arrived on island, so we have a jet ski.
Good, because I think that would enhance safety, number one. It would enhance getting that service out. And for a night event, you could have them look into torching crab as training, teaching people how to do. We used to do it out there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion there. Senator DeGraff, what forms of payment do you accept?
We accept all credit cards except for American Express. Cash, credit cards, but
Do you do Apple Pay and
yes, we do.
Zelle and all those?
We don't have Zelle, but we have Apple Pay.
Apple Pay. Okay.
And we have PayPal.
Okay.
Point
Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the cost of entrance for a local versus a tourist?
A local is $2, tourist is $7.
Okay. And are you aware of what is the cost of a Magens Bay excursion from the cruise ship?
I know of one cost,
What is that cost?
$75.
I think it's time for us to raise our zone to $10. I just wanted you to put that on. $10 for entrance into such a beautiful facility. I think wouldn't be an issue with the cruise ships. So just something to consider. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Delia. You have agreement with which cruise lines?
I would have to double check, but I think it will be Disney, if I'm not mistaken,
Disney's the only one?
that I know of offhand.
Okay. No Carnival, no Norwegian, none of those.
We have conversation with them, but I know that the tourists come from their facility, from their ship.
Okay. Senator Frederick, any burning questions for you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, I still am baffled by this bathroom that's $2 million. I'm not bright enough to figure out why you would need a $2 million bathroom. Is there something unique about the bathrooms?
Senator, the FEMA came out and priced they priced exactly what it was to restore and build the bathrooms. So the price to do the bathrooms, every line item, nuts and bolts, was tallied through the FEMA costs. That information that's not only for the bathhouse. The money that is sent is also for the associate costs as far as consulting, paperwork, permits. So initially, it's FEMA who gave the cost of what it would restore. We took that same dollar information and gave it to the contractors, and they priced out what would it cost to build those bathrooms, to rebuild the bathroom.
And just to be clear, how many commodes or urinals does that include?
I can't tell you offhand, but I can provide that information to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. And I like the discussion in respect to increasing to $10. I'm looking for some money to pay street lights. Territory-wide here, I think that's something that this public deserve, street light as we go. So I could take $2 from that $3 to go towards our street lights and improve the safety of Virgin Islanders here. So that's a discussion I'm sure we'll have at the appropriate time. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only looking for 90,000 for the brace, for the chain for the stroke survivors and those with heart attack. Okay, so you are generating a profit. Your operating expenses is 3.6 million roughly. Your income is about 4.6 million. So it's about $1 million profit. It's a non-taxable operation, and you have a $600,000 CD.
Correct.
So your audited financial statements would show that you what do you have? You have retained earnings. How do you reflect the profit? Because you're a non-profit organization, so how do you reflect the surplus in your books?
You say surplus, but the money is regenerated into our account, but I would have to review how they have it.
Well, I don't know.
listed.
You're telling me here in writing that your operating expenses is 3.6 million, and you just told me that you're going to project 4.6, a little bit more in revenue. So that's $1 million more. So it's a surplus.
Correct.
So where is that surplus distributed? In retained earnings, in your investment, reinvestment? How do you show that difference on your books?
It's stated in our bank accounts, and of course, we would do investments.
Okay, so you have it in cash.
Correct.
Okay. Through the chair, I'd like to get an accounting of the investment vehicles for the Magens Bay Authority through the chair. Listing of the investment vehicles for the Magens Bay Authority. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Simon, who prints your payroll? Do you print your own checks, or do you use the government system?
The government employees is paid through the ERP, through
Okay.
Department of Finance. Our part-time employees and our vendors' payments is paid through Magens Bay through our own checks.
Okay, good. I'm glad for that level of clarification because, you are getting some service from the local GVI, and so it's how much that service costs. I also wanted to ask you about where do you see the Magens Bay Authority going in the next 5 years? What is the vision of the board and your vision going forward in the next 5 years?
Our vision is to maintain the quality of the beach, to also enhance the customer experience as far as really and truly improving our infrastructure. Like I stated that the infrastructure, we have a lot of lagging and failing buildings and shed, and we just want to make sure that we uplift them, renovate them, to make the customer come to the beach and see that besides the water, our buildings and our structure are maintained. We'll also uplift our employees and make sure that we take care of them as far as ensuring that they receive their compensated pay. But the vision of the authorities to make sure that we keep the beach as environmentally sound and as esteemed to retain our position as #1 beach.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is a extremely viable and lucrative for you and the people of the Virgin Islands goal, and to have that level of goal and objective. So, I'm on board with you being able to accomplish that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the line of questioning. Time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. General Manager Simon, in regards to some of the challenges you're experiencing over at Smith Bay, I know there was some discussion about retrofitting and doing some additional build out at Smith Bay. Where are you with that consideration?
As far as the senators mentioned, they would like to see some food concession on the beach. We're working on an RFP to send out so we can have that, because the whole community is asking for that, and definitely the tourists need that as far as coming to the beach where there's not much areas to really go and get something to eat quickly. As far as the infrastructure, just maintaining the landscape. Smith Bay is a tranquil spot, and we're trying to maintain it to be a tranquil retreat. And that's why there's no music in the shed. So when our local comes out, they want to make sure that we keep it esteemed, make sure the facilities are functioning.
Very well. And in terms of what you're experiencing with the Sargassum over in that location, I know that it is severely impactful there. Is there any attempts to procure your own equipment to assist with deferring some of that cost, or at least being able to address that issue as timely as possible?
Right now, I have a whole crew over there cleaning, because there was a blessing with Hurricane Erin, because she removed all the Sargassum and made the water crystal clean. We're just cleaning up the Sargassum on the beach. But really and truly, we're going to have to look at a boom, if you see what Ritz-Carlton did, because we're never going to catch up. No matter, we cleaned it 1 week, it was beautiful the Sunday and the Monday, and then Tuesday it went right back. Yeah. So therefore, we're going to have to invest in acquiring a boom.
Yeah, there seems to be an ongoing problem. It's not just here in the Caribbean, but throughout the world. They have in Mexico and some of those other areas are also experiencing that. Senator Joseph, a point of information.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. General Manager Simon, who is in charge of your moorings and maintaining them and putting them in place? Is it a relationship between you and DPNR?
There will be DPNR.
DPNR. So you don't have any collection of those fees or anything with your moorings on either beach?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your closing. And again, I believe that you have a point? Yeah. Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do your closing, but of course, before that, I want to ask you what keeps you up at night? What is it about your assignment, your tasking over at Magens Bay that give you a reason for anxiety or you'll continue to challenge you?
To be honest, what keeps me up at night is that Sargassum. It has been keeping me up at night for the several weeks because we have a lot of hardworking individuals clean the beach, clear the beach, and the next day it comes right back in. So that is what keeps me up at night.
Yes, very well, yeah. I'll give you 30 seconds to close off at this time.
Well, I want to thank everyone, the viewing audience, the senators, and allow me to explain to the people of the Virgin Islands how precious Magens Bay and Smith Bay. And I want to thank the employees, especially the ones that come out, rain, sleet, and snow, and put their backbone into the cleaning the beach. And I have a great deal of them today that's cleaning up Magens Bay, and thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you very much. And again, we appreciate the work that's being done over at Magens Bay. Certainly, the board has a lot to do with the oversight and the productivity there. We love it when we have some autonomous agencies that come before us that don't ask for the money, but really just kind of highlight some of the work that they're doing, the accomplishment, the challenges, and have that discussion in general with the public. But if there is any opportunity for us to be able to again support your endeavors and initiatives over there, we're certainly poised and positioned to support and assist in that endeavor because we want to continue to see those revenues coming in, and certainly where there's opportunities for us to increase our revenue collection, we want to be in support of that as well. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess at this time.
Lilo la la, lilo la la, lilo la la.
Afternoon, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block number 3, Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission invited testifier Melissa Smith, Executive Director. This ends block number 3. Reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Executive Director Melissa Smith seated at the testifiers table, and at this time we'll go to introduction to her, real quickly. Pull the mic in front of you, ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Melissa Smith, Acting Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. Thank you.
And the chairwoman is here as well. Elizabeth Hanson Watley is also accompanying you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman.
I am good. Good afternoon.
Please recognize the mic. Mic number 3.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. I am Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner of Tourism and the Chairperson at the Taxi Commission Board.
Welcome. At this time, Executive Director, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Greetings, Honorable Senator Novell Francis, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, all senators present, and legislative staff, as well as the present viewing and listening audience. I am Ms. Melissa I. Smith, Acting Director of the Taxicab Commission. Thank you for extending an invitation for me to share testimony on the Commission's 2026 fiscal budget. Joining me today is Ms. Elizabeth Hanson Watley, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Tourism and Taxicab Commission's Board Chairperson. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission was established under Title 20, Chapter 37 of the Virgin Islands Code. This law outlines the creation, structure, and responsibilities of the Commission to regulate the Virgin Islands taxi industry. Key duties and powers of the Commission include licensing and regulation of taxi drivers and vehicles, setting and enforcing fare schedules, conducting hearings and investigations, enforcing compliance with taxi laws and regulations, and Title III governs the administrative processes and outlines the structure of the board. The Commission is charged with the responsibility, the Commission is charged with the responsibility for the continuance, further development, and improvement of taxi passenger services within the Virgin Islands and the overall regulation of taxicabs, taxicab companies, and taxicab associations. In addition to other powers and duties granted to it by law, the Commission may issue medallions in accordance with the procedures of Title 20, Chapter 37, Subchapter 2 of this code. Also, issue license plates to owners of automobiles for hire who properly registered their vehicles with the Motor Vehicle Bureau and in accordance with the procedures of Title 20, Section 339 of this code, and who also are owners of medallions as provided in Title 20, Chapter 37, Subchapter 22. My budget overview. The approved operational budget for the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is $556,043. Our budget allocations include appropriations from Fund 2114, the Taxi Revolving Fund, in the amount of $395,603, and Fund 6068, the Tourism Revolving Fund, in the amount of $160,440. Our revenue collections as of June 2025 stands at $298,442 with a revenue projection of $550,000. As it stands today, the Taxicab Commission's budget does not meet the operational funding needs of the Commission. The resource minimum projection is set at $1.5 million. Shortfalls due to budgetary constraints include the following areas. Staffing. Currently, the VITCC has been serving the territory with just 2 employees and myself as the acting executive director. Our regulatory arm of enforcement is non-existent as we no longer have VITCC officers. All except 2 currently occupied positions need to be filled. Technology shortfalls. Computer systems and equipment at the Commission are outdated. The Bureau of Information Technology is currently working on their report on exactly what the agency needs to bring us not only up to date, but on a course to become the standard in accessibility and regulations of the industry. Strengthening our connectivity is vital to our community engagement and industry professional support. Office locations. We have been plagued with location woes. As the taxicab industry's regulatory arm, we are to be accessible, visible, and ready to serve. We are not only tasked with regulating, but also serving the needs of industry professionals who often require our support. Presently, we occupy a small room at the Department of Property and Procurement in St. Croix. The office space in St. Thomas has had issues of connectivity and environmental cleanliness. Despite these challenges, as an agency guided with the support of the Taxicab Commission Board under the leadership of Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Hanslin-Watley, we have been able to solidify governmental support with agency partners such as the Virgin Islands Police Department, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Office of Management and Budget, the Division of Personnel, and the Department of Finance, and of course, the Bureau of Information Technology and the Governor's team at Government House. Our FY 2025 progress and strategy. Our goal at the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is to improve the taxi industry throughout the territory by focusing on key areas that will improve operations through service efficiency and enforcement, while also addressing critical operational challenges. The Commission is currently facing several significant challenges which are impacting its ability to effectively regulate and support the taxi industry. The major challenges include, for one, the lack of enforcement personnel. And we move along. Rising illegal taxi operations and the absence of enforcement staff has led to a surge in unlicensed taxi operators, which undermines legal business and poses safety risks. Budget constraints. The Commission currently operates on a budget of $556,000. This funding level does not adequately support the Commission's funding needs. It is estimated that the Commission will need an infusion of funding in the amount of $1.5 million to effectively support staffing and operational activity to include enforcement. Budgetary constraints have also contributed to the delay of travel to the St. Croix district and has slowed implementation of enforcement and public education campaigns. Operational inefficiencies. The Commission still relies on manual paper-based customer system, relies on a paper-based customer system lacking digitized records, which contributes to delays with customer service and revenue collection activities. This outdated process negatively impacts all of the Commission's business functions by slowing transactions, particularly in the area of collections and potentially in the area of citations, where enforcement is now evolving to an e-citation reporting system. Here are areas for improvement. During my tenure with the Commission, it has been my focus to identify areas in which the Commission may grow and improve. After observing workflows, meeting with staff, taxi operators, and VI Taxi Association members, I have been able to identify key areas that VITC must improve in order to address these challenges and contribute to the best outcomes for the taxi industry. The first area is information technology. The existing computers at the Taxicab Commission are severely outdated and upgrades are critically needed. Computer system upgrades that are linked to modernization and digital transformation are critical to VITCC's ability to provide improved approval and processing services for the territory. The offices are in need of more than computer upgrades. In order to grow and meet service demands with the onset of new operators and to further meet service demands of the growing Virgin Islands tourism industry, the Commission must transition from paper-based records to a fully digital database. This includes digitizing taxi medallion records, licensing, documents, and enforcement data to improve operational efficiency. This improvement will streamline the documentation and approval workflow by providing the capability of real-time communications with agencies such as VIPD for police and traffic records, the Virgin Islands Internal Revenue Bureau for current tax letters, and our key partner agency, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, for the provision of Class C driver's licenses. This system would also provide real-time statistical data that may be shared with the Bureau of Economic Recovery, DOT, Department of Tourism, other agency partner agencies, and key stakeholders. This will also support the provision of data requests to executive reporting as required to such bodies as the legislature and maybe Government House as well. The Commission is currently in discussions with BIT and also with BMV for the best solutions. The technology enhancement for the Commission is estimated to be in the range of anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000. The Commission's goal is to hire additional staff to enhance customer service and regulatory enforcement. The Commission's staffing levels are critically low, particularly within the Enforcement Division. As of June 2025, the Commission has been without active enforcement officers. This was mainly due to the retirement and resignation of 3 key enforcement staff members. Ideally, the Commission should be staffed with 6 officers to ensure enforcement visibility and action at critical passenger pickup areas throughout the territory, particularly on ship days when the demand for enforcement is at a peak. The Commission is also administratively understaffed with only 2 administrative staff members, which include 1 collections clerk in the St. Thomas office and 1 administrative secretary in St. Croix. Other traditional vacancies to be filled are those of critical support staff, to include 1 additional collection clerk, 1 additional administrative secretary for the St. Thomas office, St. Thomas St. John district, and a staffing position upgrade of administrative secretary 2 for the St. Croix district. The commission has in process 4 approved personnel requisition forms, PRFs, for the positions of 1 administrative secretary 1 and 3 taxi inspectors enforcement officers. Regulatory oversight and service improvement and productivity. While the commission is short-staffed, it has been very productive. I would like to commend Ms. Joseph and Ms. McIntosh for their committed efforts and demonstrated support at this time. If it were possible, they would be here today, but are currently processing customer documents for approval. The agency, through June, the agency has processed over 2,739 transactions and documents and medallion accessories as follows: certificates of entitlements, operators badges, business licenses, lease agreements, co-ownerships, medallion transfers and sales. The commission also continues to track and document its collections and revenue transactions which occur daily. With limited funding levels, TCC maintains the production of key documents with the provision of a badge making machine, a copying machine, paper, and ink. Other resource support has been provided through DPP and the print shop. In lieu of having full-time officers, VITCC has been in discussions with VIPD and DLCA, who have extended some support. Education and awareness. In collaboration with the Department of Tourism and the University of the Virgin Islands UVI SEL program, the Commission has successfully processed over 84 taxi class aspirants. The initial class began July 15, 2025, and will conclude on August 28, 2025 for Cohort 1. Cohort 2 is projected for late fall or early spring. The Commission is actively collaborating with the Department of Tourism to expand the existing Safe Ride campaign to educate the local and visiting public on what a safe taxi vehicle and/or operator should look like. The campaign, to include strategic placements throughout the territory, is now in draft and under development for final launching. Forward, our FY 2026 forward-moving vision. The Commission intends to meet the pace of growing technology and the tourism industry. To meet and measure specific improvement goals for FY 2026, the Commission has identified key performance indicators to be documented as follows: the documentation and processing and approval times in the Commission. The Commission will monitor the average time it takes to improve and process documents and authorize accessories. This has already improved in 2025 from the average processing time of 30 days to 1 same-day service or two days second-day service for document review and approval, depending on the review. Compliance rates. The Commission will document the number of taxi operators that meet regulatory standards and the onboarding of taxi inspectors would assist with this. Okay. Document review, processing, and approval turnaround time. This piggies back to item 1. The cycle time for administrative processes. This would measure the duration from initiation to completion of key administrative, GVI-wide administrative processes, such as payroll, hiring, and the payment processing time. Error rate. TCC will measure the percentage of administrative errors in documentation, data entry, and compliance checks. And we will also begin to track the percentage of operators meeting regulatory standards. Policy updates. We'll track our policy updates and procedures. Complaint review resolutions. We'll also begin to track our resolution times, our resource utilization rates, and our training completion rates. The tracking of these measurements will support success-driven outcomes. Honorable Senator Francis, members of the Committee on Finance, and all other members of the 36th Legislature, your funding support of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is a commitment to public safety, economic development, and the modernization of taxi operation services. With this funding, we will strengthen regulatory oversight, improve service standards, and ensure that our taxi industry continues to serve both residents and visitors with integrity and efficiency. To add, your support will allow the Commission to modernize our operations, enhance public safety, and ensure fair and efficient transportation services for passengers. Last but not least, and we reinforce that your investment is the economic, it is an investment in the economic vitality and mobility of our islands. We respectfully urge your favorable consideration and partnership in driving this mission forward, as this investment will yield lasting benefits for our community and the territory as a whole. We are prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Acting Executive Director, Ms. Melissa Smith. At this time, we will take a 2-minute recess for the change of the recorder. Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 2 minutes. The Committee Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record. And again, we have before us today the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, who is defending the proposed budget of $556,043. So, Acting Executive Director, Ms. Melissa Smith, can you tell us how much have you received of your FY 2025 budget allotment to date? Use the mic, please.
298,000. Exact. One moment for an exact total.
Leave that mic in front of you. Don't keep moving it because you don't cause distortion and all kinds. Keep it in front of you. How much have you received thus far in terms of appropriation to date?
$208,895.79.
It's $208,895.79.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you say so far you have revenues of $298,442?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's woefully under the targeted amount, projected amount, which was $550,000, which is a 46% below the targeted amount.
That projection is through June.
The projection for the year was $550,000.
Yes, but the
amount that you gave up
the
until.
revenues to date is through June.
Do you have an updated amount to August?
I didn't bring the amount through August, Senator.
You didn't bring that amount.
No.
Okay. So knowing that you're coming for budget hearing today, you didn't bring that amount. That would be able to bring you at least a little bit more current to your stated goal.
But I can provide that amount to you.
Okay. So what is your vacancy savings?
Pardon?
What is your vacancy savings to date? Your budgeted, your funding existing filled position was $395,603. And we also funded for the funding of existing vacant positions of $145,440. What is your vacancy savings to date?
Approximately $300,000. I don't have a specific amount today, the exact total today, sir, Senator.
Approximately $300,000. Okay. How much do you owe in vendors payment?
Our vendors' payments, so remembering that I haven't been there from the inception, it's estimated at $7,745.
$7,700 and how much you said?
45.
$45. And that's of how long what's the age on those vendors' payment? How long do you owe this money for?
Anywhere from 5 to 6 years. That's the most current estimate
5 to 6 years?
that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. And you spoke about the issue of office space. In light of the amount of government buildings that we have and the availability of office space lease, why do you continue to be challenged by office space and your current environment where you're at? What is happening there with that?
The commission is still in search of office space, and that hasn't been one of my key focuses. At this time, it's been actually the hiring of staff.
Okay, Bob.
So it has been on the table in the past that I'm made aware of, but we are going to continue looking for office space.
Okay, I know office, even your prior executive director also complained about office space and the environment in which had caused the office to close on several different occasions, and again, minimizing their opportunity to be able to collect and raise revenues.
Well,
So at what point that will become a priority for you?
Well, it is a priority. To be honest, I have noticed some improvements in regards to the cleanliness, and we haven't had any mold issues recently. And actually, it is a priority now. So if the improvements continue, then there may not be a move, but there would be a need for some office space enhancements.
Okay. And in respect to enforcement, you are an enforcement agency. How do you intend to undertake your responsibility without having adequate number of enforcement officers?
Well, as the executive director, I still have the responsibility of, and even though I'm not a peace officer, of undertaking that role. I have collaborated with VIPD. When I do have complaints or calls, I respond to them timely, real time. I have actually called in operators, and I have actually addressed those who are not licensed operators and have given them direct warnings of maybe having their licenses leaned through BMV and the possibility of citations. To add, I have had real-time assistance with VIPD, in particular Officer Luby and not officer, but Deputy Commissioner Santos with conversations and some planning. We have actually solidified one of our gaps with our bank drop-offs, where we'll be escorted with VIPD, and we're still solidifying the details of that. But I have been assured that we would receive some assistance. DLCA has also assisted me with some call-outs to those operators that are non-compliant. So we are addressing the issue, and we do address it real time, and we have had multiple visits to the office in that regard.
Have your discussion with the VA Police Department involve perhaps a drafting or putting MOU, MOA in place so that they could, again, have a structure by which they're supporting your endeavors, and perhaps even where you're able to pay off-duty officers in some capacity to assist with some of the enforcement that's required there? Is that something that's being discussed as a possibility and a prospect of being able to fill the void?
That has been discussed as on the surface. It has been, we have had the discussion, but we haven't solidified it as yet. We know that it has to be solidified, and that's where we intend to grow.
Well, we talk, again, we have violators that continue to violate, and we have revenues that's not being collected. So at some point, Madam Chairwoman, there needs to be some engagement, so that the talk could materialize into some action. Do you agree with that? Absolutely,
Senator. And that's why I'm here to lend some support, because I think sometimes, we have a soft-spoken executive director. However, we've been having these discussions. It's not anything new. And the board has directed the executive director to get something tangible in place. But of course, it takes two to tango. So both agencies have to come up with an agreement and move forward. But we are definitely ready and able, and have made the request to get something solid in writing between both agencies.
Thank you for that, and I'm hoping it's sooner rather than later that we can really get this done. At this time, I'll open up the floor for discussion or questions from my colleagues. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. E.D. Smith.
Yes, sir.
Budget
yes,
101. Budget 101, we here to help you out. Regardless of how it might seem that the legislature want to jump on you and think, that's not it. We're here to assist you how we can, but we ain't going to do everything for you. So in terms of numbers is what we basically looking for in terms of your revenue, how much actual revenue have you generated? We need to have that information, and then I need to know the actual information on your expenditures from 25. So I'm gonna get to all of that. Any of your employees or yourself received any wage increases for 2025?
No, Senator.
Okay. I know
No, Senator.
at one point, the employees are still those two remaining persons are GS employees, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I know at one point they had a problem receiving their raises. So they are current on their raises and retro?
To my knowledge, they may be owed one wage increase based on my review.
Okay, you could check on that for me. Number one, employees. Employees is number one. Don't worry about anything else. Take care of your employees first, then we go from there. Because they're doing the work for you. Okay, so employees, so find out about, make sure they're current on their wage increases and any retro owed to them. How many of your employees are there, all of them, the both of them over 35,000?
Yes.
Okay, so they are. How many vacancies you have?
9, Senator.
9 vacancies. How many of those vacancies are under 35,000?
None of them, Senator.
None? Okay, good. Now, you just had a class for taxi licenses.
Yes.
How many persons are set to graduate?
84.
84 persons. So when 84 persons come out,
34.
so you're going to pass a class to get 84 licenses to persons, and you don't have no enforcement entity.
Well,
It's a
actually,
quagmire.
Senator, they won't initially receive licenses. They'll initially receive badges and then for licenses. But we do intend to have our enforcement officers. We have already we already have approved PRFs for the hiring of our officers. Those PRFs have been submitted to the Division of Personnel with the intent for advertisement.
But excuse me one second. Enforcement officers is a year out. You're not going to get one before a year. So do you have enforcement inspectors? Because I think at one time you had inspectors who aren't the law enforcement entity but can still go out and perform inspections and different things?
I'm calling them enforcement inspectors.
Okay, so we can say
I'm
you
saying
have
the one
two.
is the same, yes. Their title is taxi inspector. They are enforcement officers, peace officers. Their titles,
No, I believe there's a difference, meaning the enforcement officers have to go through the police class 9-10 months
correct.
before they come out.
The
But I
same
think
as-
there is inspector positions that you can hire. I think from my understanding that you can have, I guess the board could clear that up for me, Madam Chair.
Well, what she's explaining to you is that we'll have, title-wise, it's combined. So it won't be an inspector separate from an enforcement officer. They'll have dual purposes. So they will go through the regular training that they need to be officers, but they'll be able to do inspections.
Okay,
So-
I'm just saying then that's a year out from now.
But
No.
it's not a year out because
It
1
is.
minute.
It is. Yeah. Because,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just finish and say
Okay.
that, remember at the beginning of her testimony, she did say that VIPD is partnering with us as well as DLCA. So we did not want to hold up the classes as they've been held up. There hasn't been classes in a territory for at least 4 years. And so this is not something that we wanted to put on the back burner. We don't want to hamper
30
any
seconds.
productivity in the industry. So we know that we have the accessibility to VIPD and to DLCA. And so we're able to still have an enforcement arm. It's just not internal to Taxi Commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll get a little more clarity maybe from my colleagues. Just to wrap up, Mr. Chair, do you have your actuals in terms of expenditures broken down into personnel, fringe, supplies, other services. Do you have that with you presently? And as of what date, if you do have it? The most recent numbers.
I'll have to provide that to you.
Okay, through the
Senator.
chair. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Going back to the question of inspector versus enforcement officers, you're saying that they're one and the same to you in respect to their duties, responsibility, and functionalities?
Correct, and I was also adding that the inspector job, a part of the delay with the advertising is that the taxi inspector job description is being reviewed by the Division of Personnel for maybe that intent to include enforcement as part of the job title, and then to also include the fact that the peace officer status is a part of the requirement. And our past enforcement officers did have peace officer status. So as we read the job description, it does indicate that we require peace officer status.
So in my opinion, you're conflating the two issues. I mean, if you're limiting yourself or capping yourself at having inspector versus enforcement officer, then you're talking about individuals that have to go through the academy to be trained, and that takes between 9 months to a year for them to become enforcement officers. You have an opportunity similar to the police department. They have categories. They have auxiliary officer that's able to carry out certain duties and responsibilities. They have CSOs, community service officers, again, that's operating a limited role that could be able to carry out some of the operation that don't require someone to have the enforcement authority by going through the peace officers. So you're missing a great deal of being able to function without having peace officers, by having an inspector that could still carry out some of your functions and requirements, and then refer those matters to the police department in the interim if need be. So that's something that you need to consider moving forward, because then you're shortchanging yourself by waiting for enforcement officers / inspectors to be hired.
Well,
We appreciate that information, and that's why we're working closely with VIPD, because we are not the subject experts.
Correct.
But they can make recommendations to us. But the plan is to have all the partners come together so we could have best case scenario and then come up with a plan that works best for Taxi Commission.
Okay, you don't need every one of those individuals then to have a badge and a gun in order to be able to carry out the tasks and responsibilities. Have individuals then could do the inspections and making sure that there is some compliance, and where there's violation, they could always then call in, someone else to then take off.
Absolutely. The only issue that we would have is, and I believe this is why we were thinking of doing the combining of some of the duties, were because of budgetary concerns. So we have a very limited budget, and so we don't have the luxury of bringing on the amount of staff that we would love to have. And so we're just looking at different ways, but again, you brought that to our attention, and we'll go back to VIPD and see what is possible.
That's actually a benefit to you, because you'll pay 75% of what you'll pay for enforcement officers. DLCA does it as well. They have inspectors, and then they have the enforcement officers. So
Right.
Similar to what they have there.
Thank you for that.
At this time, point of information, Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the testifiers.
Good day.
I wanted to ask, how much are you, just your salary range for your enforcement officer? I know it says it here for your inspectors, but what salary range are you looking for, especially now that you're looking at combining the duties? That was something that you were contemplating and considering.
Well, in reviewing the existing job description, it's not combining the duties, it's actually the duties.
Okay.
So it was just a consideration of whether or not the title needed to be changed to reflect enforcement officer, because the taxi inspectors, as we have them now or have had them in the past, reflect peace officer status. They've always had peace officer status, and we continue to advertise the position with peace officer status. So the intent was to maintain what has already historically been done at Taxicab Commission. However, with the recommendation of Senator Francis, taxi inspector would be a relief, and we could consider the title as taxi inspector and remove the peace officer status requirement, which is now at the Division of Personnel, and just hire as taxi inspector. So that recommendation would work well.
Okay, and I saw here you had the budget, at least on page 4 of the post-audit report, and that's a vacant position for the taxi inspector is $46,413. Is that what you're anticipating paying for that position, for the taxi inspector, or that was the taxi inspector, that the peace officer, that was the salary?
That is the salary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Frederick, hereby Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my staff, and of course, the legislative staff. I just wanted to, Interim Director Smith, good afternoon. How you doing?
Very well, thank you, Senator.
Congratulations on your assignment. I think you're fairly new, if I'm not mistaken. How long have you been in the position now?
Just that 6 months now. Just
6
that
months.
6 months
All right,
now.
so
Yes.
I'm beginning to see some of the challenges you're dealing with. You're new and you're dealing with a very problematic agency that has had a long history of problems. Can you tell me how many employees were currently there when you got there versus now?
When I assumed the position,
First start-
three employees, one of which was already en route to resign, and 2. So it started with 3, one who has resigned, and now we're left with 2.
Were there any enforcement or taxi inspectors on staff when you got the job?
Yes, sir, 1.
Okay.
That served 20 years.
Basically, you don't have that person anymore, right?
No, Senator.
Okay. All right. Executive Director Smith, help me out here. How did you come up with $1.5 million as your new projected budget when literally you're starting from scratch here? This is a rebuilt organization. You're going to have to
Correct.
rebuild this thing.
Correct. Well, my projection was based on historical staffing data, the need for certain improvements, the fact that we have to eventually begin to pay rent, and it was based on, the rental cost was based on an estimate of the past due or existing potential rent agreements through DPP, projected rent agreements, and then the fact that we have to become automated and digitized in order to be effective. So my projection to me is a low ball projection, but that is the projection based on historical data and data moving forward in order for the commission to become modernized and also provide salaries that reflect the duties, attractive salaries.
We still need to focus on the potential of this commission to make money, generate revenue, so it could in fact help sustain itself.
Correct.
You have projected $550,000. Your FY25 was $298,442. And you're not even projecting a third of what you're projected on your budget. This is just not consistent with
Well-
the way you should move.
I agree with
You know-
I agree with the optics of the existing projection, but we do know that the Taxicab Commission in the past was funded at $1 million or more historically. Those projections that were historically revenued were based on the fact that we had
1
full
minute.
staffing along with enforcement officers that issued citations. We know that the projection, we would meet the projections if we were able to generate the revenues through citations. The fact that we have new operators onboarding and that we're going to have additional business transactions, and also the future review of legislation to include
30
additional
seconds.
operators would definitely bring in the 1.5 million projection.
Which fiscal year you're talking about?
Which
Not
fiscal-
FY 2026.
Well, not 2026. We need the onboarding so that we could at least get to 800,000. I think with an aggressive enforcement team and a swift onboarding of
Time.
enforcement officers, we would meet the projection unless we have an agreement that allows us to pay VIPD officers part-time to assist with citation operations for the Taxicab Commission. We could meet the projections.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up, please?
You may, Senator.
Director Smith, Acting Director Smith, I appreciate your response. I'm trying to justify finding more money for your organization at this time, and I think we're still rebuilding, so you just need to get some of the basics done. You spoke about working with BIT in terms of getting more digitized in terms of your operation, because I know it's a paper operation over there. I had the opportunity to see it myself, so I know you have a big task ahead. Is there any way you could figure out what that number is? Because your range was between $200,000 and $400,000. You really need to get tighter numbers so we could.
Okay, the range is based.
Let the Senator complete his thought before
Okay,
responding.
sure.
Go ahead, Senator.
If you can provide the chair some very specific numbers so we could have a better idea of what you would need to help, improve the digitalization of this office, because this is just too broad of a span.
Okay, the broadening of the span is based on two discussions, one with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and one with BIT. So, and the span is based on the fact that the implementation has to be built out. On the lower end, if we veer towards the option of onboarding with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to just piggyback on their operations with very minimal transactions, that would range in the $200,000. If we build out to all of this accessory management to include our clients, that would range to $400, and that's based on quotes from 2 sourced vendors. So that's why it's at a range. So it depends on the funding levels as to what we can do with the system build out. And we can provide the details at a later date.
If I
And
may,
400,000. 400.
yes, 400,000. If I may, we'll be able to forward those numbers to you as BIT is currently doing an analysis. So they'll be able to give us real numbers, tangible to computer improvements. And so we'll be able to get that shortly and forward that to the legislature.
Thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Just real quickly, again, there is 13 authorized positions within the Taxicab Commission, and 10 of which is vacant. Correct?
Correct.
So right now, all you have is an executive director, an administrative secretary, and a collection clerk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your assistant executive director is vacant. Your chief inspector is vacant. Your administrative enforcement coordinator is vacant. Administrative secretary is vacant. The fiscal officer and HR coordinator is vacant. And all of the taxi inspector 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is vacant.
Yes, sir.
All right. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Melissa Smith, Executive Director and Assistant Tourism, Miss Watley. Welcome. Couple things that jumps out to me immediately with the Taxicab Commission. How many board members that you have now with an unexpired term? How many board members?
We have 5 board members.
And who are those board members?
Myself, Elizabeth Hanson Watley, chair. We have a vice chair, Mr. Sweeney. We have Myrna George, she's our secretary. We have Mr. Julian Penn and Mr. Franklin Bratwit.
Okay. So now let me ask you, when was the last time the taxi certification exam? I saw some discussion on that, but when do you plan to do that?
The exam?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we actually have a class that's in session.
Yeah.
That
and
ends August 28th. And
it
the
ends
exam,
August 28th?
Correct.
And then the exam would be
In September.
So September, and how many persons are in that class?
84.
84. Okay, that's good. That's a good accomplishment. Okay, so do you have any current job postings? And there's been no hiring, but are any jobs posted right at this time?
We have 4 vacant positions. We have 4 vacant positions that are now at the Division of Personnel. They have been approved for funding, and will be posted shortly.
Will be posted shortly. I don't kind of like that. So
Well-
the answer is no. No jobs are posted, but you plan to shortly. Okay, so
With the Division of Personnel will post them after their review.
okay.
But they are
Have
the
you seen the
Division of
post auditor's
Personnel.
report? Have you seen the post auditor's report?
Yeah, I received it.
Page 4. I want to bring your attention to page 4. So the governor's recommended is 556,043, but to date, you've expended 208,896. Is that the correct number?
That's correct. No, through June I expended
Yeah.
208,896.
What is it now?
Ms. Smith, you have to get in front of that mic. It's
Okay,
important that
I
you get in front of it.
expended through June 208,896. That's based on the time frame that was requested for the post-audit report, but I can get you the numbers through.
Okay. Well,
Through August.
the question is, are you going to reach the 556,043 expenditure by this fiscal year, end of the fiscal year?
It's a projection, and we hope to.
You hope to. But how are you going to meet it if you don't have any jobs posted? Because you don't know, you just told me you don't know when the jobs are going to be posted. And then when they're posted, then they have to be hired.
Correct.
And so that means that it's going to be a woman's job to get them posted and hired before the end of the fiscal year, which is, shortly.
Well, the last
you sound
year
a
the
little
pro-
depressed when you said that well.
Last year the last year the projection, the revenue collections were at 496,000, And it was this, with the same level of staffing, I realized we were funded at the 556.
1 minute.
But we're still going to be hopeful for the projection.
Okay, so collections, you're projecting 550,000. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, what's happening, and I got a call, right, is we have a situation now where they're riders, not taxi
30
drivers, they are
seconds.
openly soliciting rides. That's what's going on. So the enforcement officer, the taxi inspector, are those going to be some of those that are posted? Which positions are going to be posted first?
3 taxi inspectors, 1 administrative secretary, 1.
Okay.
They may all be posted simultaneously. They are still under final review at
Time.
DOP.
Okay. Can I just follow up one further question? Okay, so the last inspector that left, did you do an exit interview? I know they had a lot of years, but did you do an exit interview to find out exactly why they left at such a critical time, leaving you with no one in that division?
Well, their retirement, their resignation was in prior to me taking the post. And it's my understanding and conversations with them that they had 20 years of service. I do know that they have had other reasons, not related to the Taxicab Commission, and they thought it was their time to leave after serving 20 years.
Okay, is that person in another division of the government now?
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Acting Executive Director Smith, do you currently have a working website?
Not at this time.
What's the status of your website?
We are working to update our website, and we'll work in collaboration with BIT to have our site updated.
Okay. How are you then disseminating information to the public?
Well, we did through other media avenues, such as the newspaper. When we have announcement, we do utilize the newspapers. We do have our Safe Ride campaign, where we're going to utilize.
Which newspaper are you using?
We have a Daily News.
When was the last time you posted in the Daily News?
Last year, December
Last year, December?
2024.
9 months ago?
6.
Well, remember, the
I
ED is
was-
pretty new. So we have been piggybacking off of government access. Government House has been working in collaboration with the board as we needed to disseminate any information. They would always give us access, so their media team would collaborate with us.
When was the last release and what was that information to the public?
I believe we had discussed, and that was internal with the board, the taxi classes, announcement about taxi classes. And then we also came up with a plan moving forward to do a better job of marketing with DOT. So DOT is now on board with a marketing campaign, as you're going to see very soon. But that is just one of many areas that we had to deal with. And so moving forward, we now have a strategic plan on how we'll be marketing any information out of the Taxi Commission.
What is the timeline you have slated to get your website up and running?
BIT.
BIT is, they're going to feed back a timeline to us. They're still working on a timeline because right now we're also working on the database management rollout, potentially.
So there is no established timeline to get your website up and running, because you have to determine your timeline, not BIT. It's your website.
So it has been shared with BIT that this is something that we needed yesterday, right? We have been in emergency mode for a long time at Taxicab Commission. We know that they're diligently working. They know that we would like the information within this month to mid-September. And so that is why we don't have the numbers for the computer systems yet. We just have a general idea because they're doing real-time analysis on what's required to get us not up to par only, but to move us forward so that we're competitive in the region.
Thank you.
So I would add, they did actually.
You have to get closer to the mic.
They did reinforce just last week Friday that they are working on the final outcome for those numbers.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the people of the Virgin Islands and the testifiers. I want to say I am happy, not totally happy 100%. I'm about a 69%. Happy with what I'm hearing today. I know you both could bring it up to a B, a 89%. Okay, I believe you're on the right track. You just need to tighten up a few items. And I know funding would help you do that. What I want to get to, I wasn't too clear on it. How much money have you collected for the fiscal year? How much money have you collected for the fiscal year? So that would be from October 1st of 2025 to maybe July 31st October 1st of 2024 to July 1st of 2025.
So in running my numbers through July, it was $331,000. However, for the Senate hearing today, I prepared for through June, and that was $298,042.
That you have collected. So you are looking at collecting your full budget, hopefully. Hopefully. And that is a good thing. Mm-hmm. Because I remember years upon years we couldn't get a number. Years we couldn't get a number with the collection. Mm-hmm. So but I'm still holding to my grade of 69. Okay, 69%.
We're able to produce the.
So you'll be able to send it to the chair how much you have collected as of July 31st of this year. How much you have collected in fees and other items. So that would be good.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, through the chair. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm also very thankful that you implemented the classes. And how much is in the cohort, the first cohort? That would be
84, Senator.
84. That's very good. And so when they are completed, they had to pay a fee to be in those classes?
Yes, $200 for application and processing fee, and the $500, which is the actual costs for the class, has been underwritten through the Department of Tourism.
So the persons have to pay $200
for the application and processing.
$200 times the 84, you brought in some significant amount of money.
Actually, it's
Go ahead.
a little more than that, because we've actually processed 109 applicants. The classes were full, or there may have been some scheduling conflicts, of which cohort 2 would accommodate those additional aspirants, in addition to more aspirants, because we have additional spacing for the class.
You are a revenue generating entity. You're not supposed to come here to ask us for no money. That's why I'm not giving you an A or a B. You're not supposed to come here. This is the single largest agency that can produce money. The taxi men here, right, will pay you. They come in and pay. So you need to generate your own money. And don't be coming here to the legislature to ask for additional money. That's my point. Generate your money. because we don't have that much money. Now, I wanted to also ask you relative to these vacancies. How much are you projecting? Because you need to fill these vacancies with
1
the
minute.
enforcement. You have the amount here for the taxi inspector, and I note you said that you have about 3 of them you want to fill immediately, and 1 administrative, correct?
Correct.
Where's your administrative person going to go? In St. Croix District or St. Thomas District?
St. Thomas District.
Okay, and your taxi inspector, 1 for each island?
1 for the St.
30
Croix
seconds.
District and 2 for the St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay, because you have to have somebody go to St. John. Okay, so that's what you're looking at. You need to get those out as quickly as possible. I noted, turn with me to page 4 of the post-audit report. Okay, and I'm looking at professional services. What is included in this $210,000 that you have here
Time.
projected? Mr. Chairman, if I may. $210,000 you have here for professional services. What do you have included in there?
All of the vacancies.
No, that
The
couldn't be.
vacancies and
That's,
the,
you have the professional services, the
professional services.
professional
Sorry.
services. Yeah.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Not personnel services, professional services.
Professional.
Okay. For the professional services, that includes any contracts, our projected contracts.
Okay, and what projected? I'm thinking that is your IT people then, that you might be looking at maybe, as well as your webmaster to design your website. Is that what you're looking at in that, included in there?
Yes.
Okay, so those are things that you could work on. Is there a final, do you also have any legal needs as well? Ms. Smith?
Yes, I've discussed that with the board. At the time,
Speaking.
we didn't agree on a projection for that, but we do have legal needs.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carlo Joseph. Point of information, Senator Fonseca. Please, the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I want to follow up on the line of questioning of the senator from Bavonia and Oswald Harris Court.
That's right.
Okay, your web design, you don't have, the chairman mentioned you don't have the website up. Any of these positions here are going to help you to get the website up, like maybe your assistant executive director?
Maybe, but we would be able to get the website up in working with BIT. So
But when? When are you going to get it up?
a projection would be 3 months.
Okay, in 3 months.
But like the chair mentioned, we have already been in discussions with BIT. This has been something prior to me. We have been in discussions, and we're hoping that within a month, we would have some type of solidified update. So my projection is based on the fact that we all have challenging deadlines and timelines, in addition to the other items that we have to produce for the Taxicab Commission. So the website, while it is significant and at the forefront, may be a little delayed, but we hope to meet the 1 month projection, and in the long haul, 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. One thing we do around here is talk a lot and discuss. We really need to get to the point where we are actually actionable items and start to engage and execute. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lloyd is a member of the board, Loretta Lloyd, of the commission.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Is Ms. Lloyd still a member of the commission, Loretta Lloyd?
No, she's not.
Okay, thank you. And I listened to the discussion. I'm looking at the budget, and if I had to give a grade, it's a solid F. Because this is total dysfunction. This is dismantling of an entity that made substantial money that has come down to next to nothing. I reflected back on my past terms in the legislature, and I went back to when I was chair of the Finance Committee back in 2018. 2018, Act number 8110, $825,000 to the Taxi Commission, all the monies generated by the Taxi Commission, every single dime. And now we are going to collect some $397,000 this year, because the number you gave at the end of July is $331,000, which means you're collecting $33,100 a month. You got 2 more months. You're going to collect $397,000, less than half of what you collected 7 years ago. And the commission has just systematically been destroyed through poor leadership, through poor guidance by the Taxicab Commission, just totally poor guidance that have destroyed this entity. And now you come to the legislature with your hand open saying that you need $1.5 million. You said you've been having a meeting with the executive branch. Did you tell the executive branch that you need $1.5 million to be able to restructure this Taxicab Commission?
That's for you.
You ask it.
Well,
with OMB,
I meet with the board, and the board has discussions with the executive branch.
Okay, I'll pass the question. Hold up, that's enough. The board, have you had a discussion with the executive branch that you need $1.5 million?
We have had discussions with Government House and their team, and just to go back to what you said about 6 years ago.
That's just the answer I want. If you had discussion with Government House and the team, why did Government House send down a budget for $500,000+? What would be the reason why the budget in front of us is $556,000? And that got to mean something. But I reflect on that budget, and I reflect on the fact that you're saying you want 1.5, but the $556,000 that you have for fiscal year 25, you're not even going to spend the money. You're not going to spend the money. You have spent $208,000
Senator,
as the end of June. That's 10 months. That means you're spending 208, you're spending $28,000 a month. With 3 months left. So you're only gonna spend $72,000 more. You're gonna spend less than $300,000. So even the $556 you can't spend, and you want 1.5. And you can't come here and justify how you have spent the money that you have now in your budget by onboarding people, individuals, so that you could collect. I mean, we gotta be fooling ourselves that we have these entities coming before us and are not being responsible in generating the revenues necessary for this government, and then want to use general funds when you have access to revenues. What this is saying is that a lot of individuals are not getting any citation, and a lot of fees are not being paid. What is the source of the taxicab license fund?
Fund 211.
Mike.
Okay. It's revenue generated through the document process and fees of the Taxicab Commission.
Be more specific.
And also the Tourism Revolving Fund. We have 2 funds, 6068 and 2114, 2114. So the funds are generated through the collections.
One second, let the senator complete his thought and then respond.
It is my time, it is not your time.
Oh, yes, sir.
I did not ask you about the Tourism Revolving Fund. I asked you about the Taxicab License Fund.
Yes,
What
sir.
are the sources of monies into the fund? Don't tell me anything about the Tourism Revolving Fund, because you never used to get money from that fund before. What are the direct sources to the Taxicab License Fund?
The collection of fees based on from business licenses, documentations, lease agreements, badges, and the sale of medallions, the onboarding of operators, co-operators, co-owners, all transactions through the Taxicab Commission, revenue generated through the Taxicab Commission, and citations historically.
So have there been a decrease
30
in the number of
seconds.
taxi drivers in the St. Thomas St. John or the St. Croix district?
Could you repeat the senator's question, Senator?
Have there been a decrease in the number of taxi cab operators in the Virgin Islands?
Not to my knowledge. The number stands at 771 licensed operators, 280 active medallions, and 280 active
Time.
medallions in St. Thomas, 518 in St. Croix, and then we have 179 in St. John.
Hence, you should be generating substantial revenues, and with the large amount of gypsy cabs and St. Thomas, you should be generating revenues. These individuals, if you're hiring the inspector and they don't have to go to the academy, you need to bring them online immediately. But before you get any additional money from this body, you need to show that you have the ability to hire and to spend the $500,000 that you have now, because $200,000 is going to remain in a general fund. At the very least, show that you're able to bring individuals on. All of this BIT and website and 3 months, and website don't take 3 months to develop. I mean, we gotta be like Stone Age.
I think that.
Stone Age.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank
if I
you.
could
Thank you very much,
respond.
Senator VLA. You may respond, Chair.
You know, we're here today because none of us personally own the Taxicab Commission. We know historically the Taxicab Commission has had issues, and I think that to ignore the fact that within 6 months we have been able to turn around the Taxicab Commission, who's been plagued for before I was born, is just disheartening, because we are not coming here to beg for anything, except for to tell the truth and say that we need assistance in an agency that we know has, yes, I agree, been mismanaged in the past in a lot of ways, but with new leadership, in 6 months, we've been able to restart taxi classes that we haven't seen for years. We've been able to now put our information forward to the Department of Personnel to make sure that we do hire people so that we can gain the income. But don't forget that lack of having staff, we've been able to collect revenues. And this is without having access to operating funds for a long time, which nobody seems to talk about. The fact that we had to operate without a budget for many of months. We just got access to our budget recently. So everything that you're seeing produced with 3 employees at the Department of Taxi Commission and just a board, in my opinion, is remarkable. Not to mention the fact that the revenues that are coming in from the taxi classes are revenues that we weren't seeing for years. So this is in addition to, and on top of that, because we're able to now bring on officers and inspectors, we'll be able to now see other revenues come into the department. So to act like nothing has happened for the past 6 months, that hasn't happened in over 6 to 10 years, I don't agree with. But again, we didn't come here to fight. We came here to give the facts, and also to show the public that we don't want to just come up to standard. We want to compete with the region. And so we have to be real in saying that we do need to invest in our product. We could either sit aside and let the competitors overtake our industry, or we could be the example. So it really is up to all of us. But don't forget that the budget that we were operating with was just paying salaries, 3 people. We have been working collaboratively with Government House to make sure that without the access to the funds, that we were still able to keep the doors of the Taxi Commission open territorially.
Thank you there, Assistant Commissioner and Chair. Ms. Smith, in regards to the 298,442 of revenues that's collected, can you break out where or how that money was collected and from which category?
Yes, Senator. For business.
I need you to get closer to the mic.
Okay. For business licenses, we collected $145,412.
That's 125 or 145?
145.
45?
145.
All right.
For the classes, we collected $21,800. Operator badges, we collected $18,420. For lease agreements, we collected $10,960. For penalties, we collected $56,240, which...
Let me get a number again, please.
$56,240.
Okay.
And all of the remaining, the balance would be in documentation reviews and transmittal letter fees.
Give them the grand total.
So,
Wait there for a minute.
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Smith. You finish? You finished?
Yeah.
That's the breakout?
that's the breakout.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, and then we'll come to you, Senator Vila.
Thank you.
What's the revenue for the taxicab medallions? Collections. The taxicab, sale of taxicab medallions.
I haven't had any taxi cabs. Well, for the medallion sales, $27,000.
So that add to that 290, or that's not included?
That's not included.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And all of this funding has been deposited into the general fund? Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Is any of this funding retained for any operations or of the commission, of the authority?
All of the funding is retained for the operations of the commission.
Say that again? Is this deposited into the general fund, or is any
Oh,
portion
that
of
is
it retained?
deposited. It's deposited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have an impress fund?
No, sir.
You have a petty
Senator.
cash?
No.
Okay. Senator Viola, you recognize? Point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The Taxicab Commission not being funded was the direct result of being able to provide pertinent information to the legislature over the last 2 years. I wasn't here, but I listened to the hearing. So it wasn't just like a decision that was made that they were not going to fund this particular entity. It was because of lack of information. This is only year 7. So I don't want to hear any excuse or disheartened or anything. It's dysfunctional. And that's the long and short. And until we accept that, we could have all the positive outlook that we want. But we'll be back here with the same thing again next year, with individuals not being hired and not collecting money. And at some point, you got to say enough is enough. And that is my mindset. Enough is enough with this dysfunctional entity. And the Taxicab Commission destroyed this entity. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do a second round. So Senator DeGraff, you recognized for the second round, 2 minutes.
Okay, sound good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your 2025 budget was how much?
556,000.
The 2025 is $556,000. And what's your 24 budget? Do you have that?
It was the same.
No, your 26 budget recommendation is 556. The recommendation for the post-audit report that I have for the 25 budget was 395.
Oh, okay.
Right, that you're
I'm trying to- I'm
presently
looking.
on now is 395.
Okay, that was the
603.
total of both funds, Senator.
Right, so your 395, 603 is your 25 budget. Your proposed budget for 26 is 556.
Senator, so we operate on two funds. So the 556 is cumulative of both funds.
Correct.
So if we're speaking on the 2114, then it would be the $395,063. And then we had 160,000 of that from the tourism revolving fund.
Okay.
So the cumulative total was the 556.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
That's correct. Yes.
So we adjusted it last year. Okay.
Yes.
So with the 550, okay, do you have
30 seconds.
Do you have any makings for a CFO or somebody to deal with your financials altogether?
Yes.
That's one of your vacant positions.
So the vacant positions include a chief inspector.
No, just tell me you have a CFO.
Yes, a
Okay,
finance person,
but,
yes.
and to the board, Madam Chair, in regards to rules that you could promulgate on your own as an entity generating semi-autonomous, you can go ahead and promulgate rules, create an inspector what goes out on the road, may issue tickets for parking only, and you project the rules, so check the law as to what governs you, create positions, and then go from that in terms of what needs to be done now. Regardless of what you do, everything still happens every day.
Yes, the board has been actively doing that, and that's why we of course, we focused on enforcement because that is one of our biggest revenue generators. But we have been actively doing that for the past 6 months. That has been our target, to look at the vacancies and also how we can improve to make sure that we have more bang for our buck. So it's not something that we're not doing actively every.
Okay.
So every time we meet, we're talking about that.
Not Leos, not law enforcement, inspector, local get on the road tomorrow once you hire them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Madam Chair, have you guys had the board or commission have any discussion in regards to the two form of payments, and looking at that issue, two forms of payments by the taxi drivers as well as ride share? Any discussions being had at the board level in respect to that?
More towards rideshare, because this has been an active conversation. Definitely because many people think that rideshare should fall under taxi. Of course, with the description of what we're required to do, it does not. And the law is very clear about pre-booked rides, private rides, and then taxiing. So, but we do have suggestions for departments like DLCA on how to target that group, because definitely it's not that we're opposed to anything like that. There is room for all of us to grow, especially with our tourism product evolving. And so we definitely have been having the discussion on how it could be possibly integrated into what we have to offer to our guests.
Thank you for that. Senator Fredericks, you got 2 minutes? You recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, all again. Interim Director Smith, I'm just trying to get some clarity on your strategy of moving the commission forward. So please bear with me. There's one lingering question I wanted to ask you about the rent, since you said that the lease hadn't been paid. What's the status? It's like, what, $1,000 a month for that property?
The lease agreement that I reviewed historically, yes, $1,000 a month.
Okay, so are you holding this money to pay the landlord, or what? What's the plan for not paying the rent?
Yeah, if I could jump in here. Like I said, the executive director is pretty new. One of the reasons why we changed direction and leadership is because we have some outstanding payments that we need to address. And so the commission board has decided that we'll change direction, because we want to make sure that when we do business with people that we pay our bills. And so this is one of our priorities. We are now in the process of collecting whatever information we have for outstanding bills and agreements to come into proper standing. And yes, we do plan on paying what is outstanding when it comes to our agreements with rentals, as well as directing the executive director to identify a new property. But like I said,
30 seconds.
This agency has been in a tailspin for a long time, so we had to prioritize onboarding personnel, and so that is definitely on our to-do list.
Okay, real quick though, is there even a lease right now in place?
No, Senator.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, no, so there's not even a lease. Okay, real quick, can you please tell me what are your strategy, Interim Director Smith, in terms of turning this agency around? 6 months, I personally think it should be even more progress, but fine. This is the progress that we have so far. What is your strategy in the short term? What's your short term, medium term, and long term plans in turning this agency around? Because right now, I don't know where you are. Is it going to be website development? Is it going to be to upgrade your technology? Is it going to be to hire enforcement officer, add more workforce? There's so many pieces, but I don't know what's your priority. Now I just found out, now you need to pay past due bills. You need to figure out how are you going to structure the turnaround of this commission. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to see any improvement. It's not in a structured manner. You need to figure that out and present it that way.
Senator, I beg to differ. I think it is in a structured manner. We inherited an agency that already collapsed. There is no staffing. There was no staffing. We had to identify the funding that was not presented to us. We had to investigate the funding for the Taxicab Commission. And we did that starting in February when I onboarded. We had many challenges to include payroll that had to be done. We have a lot of the priorities include the onboarding of staff.
Director Smith, what was the short-term, medium-term, and long-term strategy? That's what I was really
the short-term and long-term strategy is to strengthen the staff, to increase revenues, and to also enhance our technologies. I think I mentioned it in my testimony. Those are our objectives: to modernize, improve the technology, hire staff, and to also begin to pay our expenses. But immediately we are going to hire staff.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You've exceeded my time, and thank you very much for the responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Smith, I wanted to follow up with you with the taxi medallion auction. What was the number you gave? 20-something thousand? What was the number you gave in the sale of the medallions?
That was $27,000 for the sale of the medallion.
Okay. So according to Virgin Islands Law, Title 20, Section 504, the Taxicab Commission holds annual auctions of taxi medallions exclusively for U.S. military veterans. Only U.S. Virgin Islands veterans may participate. So you're saying that you've sold $27,000. You had sales of $27,000 in medallions. Is that this year?
No, that was one medallion sale for $27,000.
Okay, good. Now, when the Office of Veterans Affairs was here, they reported that money was not received. So what's the process? How come Veterans Affairs haven't received that money?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'm speaking to the fiscal year transactions, and I did not conduct that medallion sale, so I would have to investigate
Well, it
why
says-
they were not
It says the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission.
correct.
So who conducted the sale then?
The previous director.
Okay, it was the Taxicab Commission.
It was the
30 seconds.
Taxicab Commission
Yes.
under the leadership of another director.
Okay, but you can't account for those funds. That's what you're telling me.
I can account for the portion that I can account for them because I just mentioned it for the funds, but I cannot account now for the funding that would have been owed in portion to Veteran Affairs. I would have to research that.
Mr. Chair, can I just follow up one? I got one important question.
You may wrap up.
So
Senator.
that was
Time.
one medallion for $27,000? You heard the question?
Pardon?
I said that sale was one medallion for $27,000?
That I'm aware of.
Okay, so I thought the medallion on St. Thomas was about $45,000. Why was that?
This was an auction.
That was the auction. So an auction, it's selling at a discounted price.
Yes.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up just to get clarity. Actions is based on bids, right? And when you're actioning something, it's based on the persons who are involved and the bids that you receive. So it's not necessarily discounted. I mean, I don't know how it happened that way, but that's how I understand auctions
Correct.
to be. And have you received any communication from the Office of Veteran Affairs regarding any payment that they may be owed for the auction of that one medallion in fiscal year 2025?
No, I have not.
And that's the problem. We're not communicating. They should communicate to you. If there was an auction, they should ask you were there any options, and for you to be able to pay them. Because you're new, you may be thinking that it was paid.
Correct.
And so that's something that, so just have a communication now that you're aware, have a
1 minute.
communication with the Office on Veterans Affairs. I want to ask you, are there any annual leave, sick leave, or accrued annual leave that is owed to any of your employees who have parted from the commission?
No, in fact, I saw one disbursement to
30
the former
seconds.
director, that one disbursement of $882, but no other accrued annual leave. In
No.
fact, they left with no leave balance.
Okay, no one is owed any money for separating from the commission,
Annual leave balances, no.
not to your knowledge? No.
Not
Okay.
that I'm aware of, not from what I've reviewed,
Okay.
no.
Okay, good. I also wanted to ask you relative to your time, Mr. Chairman. I'll just wrap up. I wanted to ask you about the vehicles now. I saw you had 120,000 that you're projecting for your vehicle purchases. Are you looking at purchasing new vehicles, or that is anticipation of bringing on some of the law enforcement inspector position?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Next, Senator Viola, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If my recollection serves me right, I think when Office of Veteran Affairs was before us, they said that they received $0 in reference to medallion sales for the last, I can't remember the exact amount of years, but I know it was 2 or more years. So we could check back the testimony. I was just trying to check it. In reference to vehicles, how many vehicles do you presently have?
4, Senator.
4 vehicles, and how many employees?
3.
So where's
2
the extra vehicles?
employees and myself, so 3. We have 3 staff members.
So the next vehicle is where? At Property and Procurement?
I'm not understanding your question. Where's the
You
next
have
vehicle?
you have 4 vehicles. You have 4 vehicles and 3 employees.
Yes.
Where
Property
where
and
is the next
procurement.
vehicle?
Those are at property and procurement.
Okay, and all of your employees have a vehicle?
No, I have a vehicle, and the other vehicles would have been, those are 2020, those would have been vehicles assigned to law enforcement.
So where are those other vehicles at PMP?
Yes, Senator.
To your knowledge, are they being utilized by PMP?
No, those vehicles are parked.
How long have they been parked?
30 seconds.
Since from the retirement of the officers, so 2 may have been about 3 years now, and 1 about 6 months.
Okay, it's look like the chair had purchased batteries and tires before for a next government entity. I don't know if they're going to be coming to you again, Mr. Chair. Do you have authorization from OMB to pay prior year obligations? Are they going to submit some type of legislation? 'Cause I heard you said that you have prior year obligation. How are you going to take care of that without authorization from this body?
I didn't make that statement, but the prior
Okay, then let me
year,
take it-
I would need authorization for the prior year obligation. I think it has been explained that there have been some prior year obligations that we are researching and investigating, and we would need authorization for that.
Okay, thank you. And how many individuals have you selected thus far for positions that you're waiting for the NOPA to be processed?
We are at the phase of approved personnel requisitions that have been forwarded to the Department of Personnel for further review and then advertisement. So 4 positions. We haven't selected any persons because we would have to go through the proper vetting process, which includes the GVI vetting agencies, and then we're able to finally advertise and then hire. And keep in mind that we are also in line, and it's been explained to me, that while we are under review, there are quite a few other agencies that are also being reviewed for the same advertisement process. And we want to follow the proper protocols of the government because these initial positions are classified.
Okay, so you have just described that there is no urgency to get these positions on board. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet.
There is definitely urgency to get these positions fulfilled, and although we have to follow the same process as every other government agency, we have had discussions with VIPD and other agencies to let it be known that we want to be prioritized. If anyone is available and willing and able to assist our agency, that we have these positions that are going to be posted and they're going to be prioritized.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. In regards to funding outside of your budget allotments from Act 8907, have you received any ARPA, any OIA, which is Office of Insular Affairs, any additional funding that have come your way?
No, Senator.
Okay. All right. Tell me the list of at least 3 items that you intend to undertake for the remainder of this fiscal year. The 3 priority items that you wish to undertake.
Staffing, computer modernization and enhancement, digitization, and enforcement.
And the enforcement you speak of is also staffing issue. That's tied into staffing.
That's tied into staffing as well.
Okay. And any particular directive that have been given, Madam Board Chair, to the Executive Director in terms of actionable items to be undertaken for the remainder of this fiscal year from the board?
Absolutely, and those are the 3 target areas that the board has set off for the executive director to make sure that we reach those goals. And we're well on our way to meet those target areas.
Which is the staffing, the computer modernization, as well as enforcement.
Yes.
And website upgrade as well, technology.
Absolutely. We see our website coming on board soon. Just because this has been in the pipeline even before Ms. Smith came into her position, and so the board actively worked hand in hand. Also, we've agreed with Government House to prioritize these target areas, so we're not just willy-nilly going about it, but Government House has put these agencies on notice that this is time sensitive.
Very well. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up at this time. Ms. Smith.
Okay. You say 30 seconds? We just would like to thank you for your time, Senator. An infusion of funding would greatly assist the Taxicab Commission in being where we need to be in terms of a revenue-generating agency. Staffing is critical for that support. We know that historically we have been funded at approximately $1 million. We found that we were basically defunded 2 years ago. I'm not sure what transpired there, but we do need an infusion of funds to bring our revenue generations up to par. We need staffing. Right now, we're definitely inundated and overworked. So we do need an infusion of cash to support us with resources.
Okay, closing, Madam Chair.
I definitely want to thank you all for the invitation to put our plea out there. I think that all of us collectively want to see the Taxi Commission continue to exist and just be great, because it's a reflection of our territory and our competitiveness, even in producing a good tourism product. But even more than that, producing a great product for the people of the Virgin Islands. I think that we've done a yeoman's job. In 6 months, we've been able to turn around things that we haven't seen in over a decade. And of course, our ask is not that we have to continue to come with our hands out to the legislature, but we do need support to turn this thing around. And I think that the 2 years of defunding, more or less, the Taxi Commission shows our ability to still produce with the lack of access to funding. We've been able to do great things in the last 6 months, and I am hopeful that the legislature sees the need to support the Taxi Commission, because it's not about myself or Ms. Smith, it's about the taxi operators, the hardworking men and women of the territory who go out every day and represent us. And so we're asking that you give the confidence in the people of the Virgin Islands, give us the access to do what we do best, and produce the best product in our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think along that line as well is that we have to at least show from your perspective as well that we're carrying out, because some of these things within your hands. You do have the funding to make these things happen, the hiring of law enforcement officers to ensure that we minimize the gypsy taxi cabs and all these individuals that's not paying any revenues to the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. In fact, that we need to address that. Also, in the Veterans Affairs testimony, they spoke about the fact that they have not received any funding, which is they're required to get 20% of the annual Veterans Taxi Medallion auction, and they have not seen that since 2021, 2022, 2023, or 2024. So that is a conversation that needs to be had. And in fact, we want to make sure that our veterans are made whole. You can appreciate that. Make sure that we are able to take care of our veterans and whatever is owed to them on that.
Well, we're definitely going to look into that. As Senator Joseph said earlier, we were unaware of that, and we also need to investigate how the process works, because oftentimes the monies may be put into the general fund, and then of course it's out of our hands as far as distribution is concerned, but we will look into that.
Very well, thank you. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess for 5 minutes. When we return, we have WICO be before us. Committee stands at recess for 5 minutes. Pleasant good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 4, the final item.
Block 4, West Indian Company Limited, invited testifier, Charlene Turnbull, Interim Chief Executive Officer. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Interim CEO Charlene Turnbull. Congratulations. Baptism by fire. Welcome. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table for introduction. Is there anyone on virtual?
No.
Okay, you may proceed with introductions. Just intro for now. Yeah.
Charlene Turnbull, Interim CEO, the West Indian Company Limited.
Mark Sabino, Marine Director, West Indian Company.
Hugo Hodge Jr., Chairman of the Finance Committee for the WICO Board.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 36th Legislature, Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, other committee members, other senators present, other members of the viewing and listening public. I am Charlene Turnbull, Interim CEO of the West Indian Company Limited. With me this afternoon is Mr. Mark Sabino, Director of Marine Operations and Cruise Services, and Mr. Hugo Hodge Jr., Finance Chairman of the Board of Directors of WICO. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony to this committee. My testimony gives a financial overview of WICO, both currently and historically, highlighting fiscal year 26 projections and operating and capital budgets, in addition to data analysis of cruise performance regionally and territorially, both at a macro and micro level. This testimony puts in context briefly WICO's 113-year journey to where we are today. Our history. The West Indian Company Limited was chartered in 1912 by the Danish government to aid in the economic development of the Danish West Indies. In 1917, the United States government purchased the Danish West Indies, and the only properties not included in the transfer were WICO properties. WICO properties at that time included the Havenside Shopping Mall, Yacht Haven Grand, Estate Katteringburg, which is the governor's mansion, and Estate Thomas or Liverpool. The company remained a Danish company until 1993, when the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands, via the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, purchased WICO. WICO's initial responsibilities included maintaining and dredging the Charlton Harbor, constructing a dock, introducing electricity to downtown Charlton, building cottages on St. John, and initiating ferry service between St. Thomas and St. John. It is not until the 1960s that WICO moved its focus over to the cruise industry and is now considered a premier cruise ship destination and docking facility. Who we are. WICO is one of 3 berthing facilities in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The 3 berthing facilities are the West Indian Company Dock, the Austin Bay Monsanto facility in Crown Bay, St. Thomas, and the Ann Abramson Pier in Frederiksted, St. Croix. The Austin Bay Monsanto facility and the Ann Abramson Pier are under the jurisdiction of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and WICO is a subsidiary or component of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. WICO earns revenue primarily from 2 sources: cruise passenger, wharfage fees, and other marine revenue, which make up approximately 85% of WICO's total revenue, and rental of warehouses and land, which accounts for 10%. As the territory's premier cruise ship docking facility, WICO is a key contributor to the U.S. Virgin Islands economy. WICO has historically hosted, on average, 60% of the total USVI passengers. Fiscal year 25 third quarter cruise statistics obtained from the Virgin Islands Bureau of Economic Research show the USVI hosting 1,350,436 passengers and berthed 484 cruise ships. On par with historic trends, WICO hosted 811,000 passengers, or 60% of the territory's passengers. Although of the 484 USVI berths reported, WICO hosted 246 ships, or 51% of the territory's calls. Although WICO continues to lead the territory in cruise traffic, it is not without the handicap of limited berthing capacity due to the increased size of the ships and depth restrictions along the inner berth of the pier. Industry trends and data. As a territory, the USVI cruise ship industry has not returned to the era of hosting over 1.9 to 2.1 million passengers, as it did annually during the cruise years of 2013 to 2016. And WICO has yet to return to hosting 1.3 million passengers on average for the same years. In fact, WICO has yet to reach numbers comparable to its banner season of 2004-2005, which saw 1.7 million passengers. As previously mentioned, the reduced capacity of a docking facility and the decline in cruise traffic is partly due to the growing size of the ships and increased competition from other islands. Hurricanes and COVID-19 pandemic years. WICO has been through some trying times with severe losses in cruise traffic because of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. As the company was still recovering from the economic impact of Hurricanes Irma and Maria on cruise passenger traffic, then comes another hurdle, the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic years of 2020 to 2022 resulted in restrictions on cruise traffic and an 18-month pause in cruise activity at WICO. In fact, if we look at the aggregate passenger revenue loss for Hurricanes Irma and Maria and COVID combined is an estimated $20 million. The company went from averaging 1.3 million visits in years 2013 to 2016 to 875,000 visits in 2018 to 2019, then to 337 average passengers during 2020 to 2022, with 2021 having just 2 calls. It is in fiscal years 2023 and 2024 that WICO's passenger numbers started trending upward in a meaningful way to approximately 825,000 and 989,000 respectively, but still below historic levels. WICO is projecting 954,000 passengers for fiscal year 2025, a decrease of 45,000 or 4% when compared to 2024. The reduction was primarily due to the loss of a few ships calls due to maintenance. However, fiscal year 2026 shows a major improvement in passenger visits, as current projections show a 20% increase to total anticipated passengers of 1.1 to 1.2 million. What does this all mean? It has been an uphill battle for cruise tourism in the territory and at WICO. Again, I would like to reiterate, we have yet to return to the level of cruise activity once experienced in the territory. Hurricanes Irma and Maria and the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions resulted in millions of dollars in annual revenue loss. Some of the cruise traffic has been rerouted to other islands, and the cruise lines are investing in private island developments in Mexico, the Bahamas, and other places. Our Caribbean neighbors are expanding with new facilities and enhancing their port infrastructures, and the cruise lines are creating a curated cruise product with the onset of private island investments that allows the lines full control of the destination and the profits. With these emergent threats on the horizon, we must pivot and pivot fast. Inaction or slow action is costly and will cost us eventually. We must draw our immediate attention to investing in and improving our facilities and docking infrastructure, as well as continued improvements to our excursions and our overall tourism product. Without careful and deliberate attention, the gap between those that are ahead of us will widen, and the gap between those that are behind us will eventually shrink. We cannot afford to be comfortable and not continue to improve. We must remain on the cutting edge of our competitors. Here is where we are and what we have accomplished. 1, the Caribbean Journal and Porthole magazines voted for St. Thomas as the best cruise destination in the Eastern Caribbean. 2, the USVI is ranked number 2 in total cruise passenger visits. 3, the USVI is second in highest average passenger spend of $166 per passenger, behind Panama with $191 and slightly ahead of St. Martin with an average spend of $163. And concurrently, for total Caribbean cruise tourism expenditure, the USVI ranks number 3 in total passenger spend of $258 million, behind the Bahamas with $655 million and Cozumel with $483 million annually. And 5, the USVI is ranked number 4 in total tourism employment in the Caribbean, behind the Bahamas, Dominican Republic, and St. Martin. Looking at these accomplishments, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to Team WICO as well as Team USVI. Tourism truly is a collective effort. The taxi drivers, tour companies, shop attendants, ferry operators, excursion operators, and the overall warmth of the people of the Virgin Islands are all contributors to these accomplishments. And I would be remiss if I omit to congratulate the Office of the Governor, the Senate, the Department of Tourism, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority for their contributions. WICO is still a premier docking facility and highly regarded in the cruise industry. The U.S. Virgin Islands is still a premier tourist destination with breathtaking harbor views and world-class beaches. There are very few places that boast the amazing wonder of our beautiful Shaltamali Harbor. We are truly blessed. We are little, but we pack a big punch. Next step, WICO's fiscal year 26 financial goals. The bottom line. Increasing the bottom line is always top priority as we look at our annual budget. As cruise passenger book calls usually start 18 to 20 months in advance, we usually have a fairly good idea of what our projected revenues would be for the upcoming years. In fact, at this point, fiscal year 2027 has well over 300 calls booked. This is in line with market trends as the Caribbean cruise market is continuing to grow rapidly. The fiscal year 27 numbers are expected to remain on the upward trajectory, barring unforeseen cancellations due to economic and or natural phenomena beyond our control. Our projections for fiscal year 2026 shows a 29% increase in calls from 281 to 362 ship calls, as well as a 20% increase in passengers from 954,000 to 1.2 million as previously stated. This translates to passenger revenues of approximately 9.6 million, an increase of 1.6 million from the previous year. Simultaneously, WICO continues to manage costs, with fiscal year 26 showing a small overall increase in cost of 2% or just under 110,000. WICO's 3 highest cost drivers are personnel and insurance costs and debt service. Personnel costs, WICO has 33 employees with 4 vacant positions. WICO intends to fill these positions in fiscal year 2026. Anticipated for personnel and fringe costs are expected to increase by approximately 8% or around $220,000. Insurance costs. Insurance costs are primarily driven by property insurance, which makes up 80% of total insurance costs. WICO anticipates a decrease of 7% for fiscal year 26, which should offset increasing costs in other areas. Debt service remains around $3.3 million annually. And operating profits and net income are anticipated for fiscal year 2026 to be including depreciation around a net loss of $113,000. Fiscal year 26 goals. WICO is committed to maintaining and improving its docking facility, which includes the upcoming water pipeline project. This project would allow WICO to provide water to the ships at all bunkers along the full length of the dock. The company is also exploring ideas to increase berthing capacity, as well as pursuing new business by capitalizing on opportunities for new itineraries. As part of this pursuit for future growth, we are actively pursuing foreign markets or international ships, as well as boutique ships to increase berths on off-peak days. Berthing agreements are set to expire shortly, and renegotiations are ongoing. We anticipate full occupancy of rental spaces by the beginning of fiscal year 26, and we are pursuing other leads to diversify our revenue streams. We intend to continue working with the Senate on a resolution to the pilot conundrum, which includes commencing Katerinburg repairs. The pilot resolution will take a concerted effort by all stakeholders in hopes that a suitable resolution will be realized sooner than later to this growing problem. We intend to develop the 7-acre Liverpool property, a long overdue underutilized asset. This property has a beautiful view of the Shaltamali Harbor and is near the WICO dock. There is a wide array of potential development projects in view, and talks with potential investors are positive and ongoing. Team WICO is extremely optimistic about the upcoming fiscal year and is looking forward to future growth in years to come. We are aware that tough decisions are to be made now if we are to create the future we desire. Our success is not in isolation. We look forward to collaborative efforts with the private and public sectors. Together we can. Together we will. This concludes my testimony, and my team and I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Interim CEO Turnbull, for your testimony. And I like this pilot conundrum. Tell me about that conundrum that you're making reference to.
Well, we have a growing liability that's been extending for many, many years. And historically, we were in a position to pay the pilot when it was $1 million. Why? Because as I was stating in my testimony, we had a number of passengers coming to WICO that allowed us to earn the revenue to be able to pay that tax liability. But as the numbers reduced and traffic went down to Crown Bay, as well as competition from our Caribbean neighbors, as well as ships growing in size and reduced capacity due to the ship sizes getting larger, it creates a scenario where your revenues cannot cover the pilot liability.
And of course, there was some concession made by the Senate then to reduce from the $1 million to $700,000. What are we down to now?
So it's $700,000.
We're still at $700,000.
Yes.
Okay. And I know that we've been back and forth discussing the possibility of how we could work that out. And of course, those talks will continue, but we'll take that up at a later time. Have you received any central government funding at all in FY 2025?
No, Senator.
Nothing. And you spoke about the fact that you have seen where the numbers are starting to trend upwards now, and you're seeing an increase in passengers. Have there been any increase in fees? Passenger fee, had passenger fees or anything of recent?
Yes, sir.
How much is that? How much has it been increased by?
44 cents.
What is the current?
$8.24 for the tariff, sir.
$8.24. I know that there have been some discussion in regards to the dredging that needs to occur there, again, to be a little bit more attractive in terms of the larger cruise ship as they're being designed and built out now. Where are we with that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
The
question?
dredging that is supposed to be done, I know that there have been some conversation back and forth about that. What is the latest update in respect to the dredging?
Well, as far as I know, there haven't been any movement. But as you know, Port Authority is taking lead on the dredging project.
All right. And have you had any recent discussion with Port Authority in respect to that since assuming this position?
No, I have not.
Mr. Sabino, have you had any discussion in respect to that?
Mark Sabino, Director Marine Crew Services, West Indian Company. I have not had any direct discussion with Port Authority on that, but the previous CEO did reach out to them before he left at his level, and they discussed, the response was they had to go back to the Army Corps of Engineer because the restrictions that were on the first permit were too severe for bidders to be able to bid on it. So the latest that I have seen was, I think it was 3 weeks ago or a month ago, where the contract was awarded to a local construction company to demolish Concrete School, which is where the spoils are supposed to go. But as for the initial dredging itself, we have no update on that. That is, as you know, the West Indian, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, they have charge over the channel and the harbor. So
Correct.
It's all in their hands.
Okay, very well. Thank you. We'll certainly try to get an update on what's happening there. Can you discuss briefly what's the discussion or the proposal for the use of that 7-acre Liverpool? Orient me to exactly where this is located, one, and then what is the discussion being had in respect to it?
Okay, so the 7 acres are located behind the Butterfly Garden, all the way up to the road heading towards Frenchman's Reef. As far as discussions, it's ongoing, it's in negotiation. We're looking at different renderings and deciding which is best suited for that particular property.
Okay. Any idea in terms of what you intend to do? What is going to be, condominium, office space, warehouses? What is anything that, any sneak preview in terms of what is it that you're trying to accomplish there without divulging any privileged information?
Right. So we have looked at vacation rentals and things of that nature, but we're also considering develop the property in such a way that would enhance the Havenside footprint. So we're basically weighing both options and seeing which is best in the long run.
Okay, very well. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a discussion. We didn't talk too much about finances. You're saying that you continue to operate at an annual revenue loss as it stands right now?
Correct.
How significant is the revenue loss that you're seeing?
Projections for 26 is a negative 113,000
113,000
for 26.
for 26 and 25. Anything coming in for 25 thus far?
It should be somewhere around that.
For 25 as well.
Yes.
What is your revenues
Actually,
for?
No, I apologize. Let me clear up the record here. For 26, for 2025, we're operating at 829,000 loss.
829,000.
Right, correct.
What is your current revenues?
My current revenues, are you talking about for fiscal year 2025?
Yes, ma'am, you're current.
Okay, the current revenues to present is 1.96 million. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, so sorry, I'm looking at the wrong information. Current revenues.
Do you operate on a fiscal year or a calendar year?
Yes, we do. We operate on a fiscal year.
Similar to central government? October 1?
Correct.
Okay. Hey, what's the revenues before I move on to my colleagues?
The revenues are approximately 9 million, thereabouts.
And that's as of when? And while you're looking for that, if you could give me the expenditures to date as well, around the same time period. Finance chair, you have the numbers?
And that's
Hugo Hodge, Finance Chair, WICO Board. The total revenues for fiscal 25 are on 9.7 million.
9.7 million. And your expenditures?
expenditures are approximately
9.8.
$9.8, hence the 829. Okay. Okay. Very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Okay, something seems a little off to me.
Yeah.
How many employees do you have?
we have 33 employees.
Okay, the postal report have you for 36 positions. So it's 33 employees and what, 3 vacancies?
Okay,
You have
so
4.
4 vacancies.
4.
We lost 1 employee, so
Wait.
there are 4 vacancies.
Oh, okay, so you lost an employee. Okay.
Right.
How many employees under 35,000?
God. Probably about 3 or 4.
Okay, 3 or 4.
Yeah, about 3.
Okay, do you have a cost at what it would be to bring them up to 35,000?
Well, that would be 3. They probably, let me put it on the record. They probably are at 35,000 with overtime. 32 is the base salary.
No, base, right. So all those base that are under 35,000, to bring them up to 35,000, what would it cost? Do you have that cost?
Well, it would be 3,000 times 4, 12,000.
Plus fringe. No, you tell me. I don't know.
So
really don't know.
I guess your question is how much would it cost? The base salary is 32,000. There are about 3 or 4 employees, so we'll go with 4 conservatively.
Mm-hmm.
How much would it cost to bring them up to 35,000? So the difference is 3,000. Let's say times 4, 12,000. And
Okay.
then fringe, of course, of
No,
your
what I'll do, I'll
7.6.
make it a little. You could just through the chair. You could get that information to the chair.
Okay.
So you could get that straightened out, and cost. Okay, how many out of the 4 vacancies, any of those vacancies under 35,000?
No.
No? Okay, good. How many was paid, how much was paid to the pilot in 25? Toward the pilot in 25, this budget?
$0.
0, okay. Did anyone receive wage increases in 25?
No, sir.
No. Okay, so, the post-audit report on page, do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, look at page 3. The FY26 recommendation. The FY25 revised budget. The revised budget for FY25, $1,961,669.36. The FY26 recommendation for personnel, again, $2,549,589.19. That's a difference between the personnel and fringe. You're talking $700,000. So you're giving wage increases in 26? You intend to do that?
Yes, we do, but it's 4 vacancies, so.
No. We're talking something else. We're talking now, based on page 3, your personnel and your fringe.
Right.
The personnel and the fringe, the difference, the variance for personnel in the 26 budget is $587,919, and fringe is $188,539. The total came to $770,000 plus.
Right.
So you see you're giving wage increases in 79.
So first of all,
I mean in 26.
the fiscal year 2025 revised budget represents 10 months of data. And the fiscal year 2026 recommendation represents the entire fiscal year.
No, I got you on all that. I'm just saying, so you're giving wage increases in 20. In other words, your testimony on page 6 said,
Right.
WICO has 33 employees with 4 vacant positions. WICO intends to fill these positions in FY26. Anticipated
1
personnel
minute.
and fringe costs are expected to increase by approximately 8% or around $220,000. So you're increasing 8%.
If I may.
If she would allow you, it's up to you. You tell me.
If I may,
Sure, go ahead.
we have vacancies as well as we're in the middle of a collective bargaining agreement negotiations. So there are some projections to cover what may take place. As a
30
result.
seconds.
That's perfect. That's what I wanted. I want to hear about your personnel that are being taken care of, not that we just go get all the raises for the top and then the wage increases don't get to the bottom. So he just answered the question. So in Budget 101, personnel first, okay? Always, remember that.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so now could I just have, in closing out, is retro owed to anyone for anything?
No, sir.
No, wait, okay. good.
Time.
And just in closing, Mr. Chair, can I have your actuals of expenditures to date, or the latest you have for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, capital outlay, and utilities?
$5.3 million.
No, that's the overall total, but I'd just like to get a breakdown. How much you spent to date for personnel? How much for fringe? You know, if that breakdown, if you have it.
I have it.
Okay, personnel?
$1,961,669.
Okay, so those are what the figures that the post-audit has.
Correct.
And they are of what date?
July 31st.
Okay, so you don't have anything recent to that? More recent than July 31st?
No, sir.
Okay, so they are already listed. Okay, now, in closing, how much do you pay on average for utilities on a monthly basis for utilities? And then the aggregate for the year thus far?
So the aggregate for the year thus far is $236,945.63. And I believe we pay around $35,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, around $35K a month. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Graff. Madam CEO, there's a wealth of information that's lacking in our post-audit report. Obviously, I think that they've been trying to get some additional information from you and have not received that information. We still need to get that information so we could update the post-audit report so that my colleagues and I could be able to make informed decisions on these things. When was the last time you paid the pilot?
2019.
2019. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, all listening and viewing audience, testifiers, my colleagues. I want to welcome you, Acting CEO Turnbull. How you doing?
I'm well, thank you, Senator.
Congratulations in your placement. I'm glad to see that, WICO is trying. WICO is trying. Question, can you list for me the names of your board members, the active board members?
Okay. Jason Charles, Chairman. Rick Carrington, Vice Chair. Hugo Hodge, Finance Committee Chair. Vincent Richards, Chairman of the Development Committee. Prash Daswani, and Roosevelt David, Secretary.
Thank you very much. I was struggling with your presentation. It was good, very formal in terms of the history and some general operations, but no details on the numbers, and this is a finance hearing, so it's difficult for us to ascertain the performance of WICO. For example, I don't even know what your net operating revenues were. There's nowhere that is listed. That's something that should have been something that's basic and shared. And then when we look at your salary listing, there's no amounts listed, totally none. We have position titles, but no salary amounts. So, you mentioned to my colleague from Savannah that there were some salary increases, but what's the numerical value? We can't tell. It doesn't show up here. Let me ask a simple question, though. Is WICO considered a private company or a private entity owned by the Virgin Islands government? What is your depiction of what WICO is to the Virgin Islands government?
Senator, good afternoon. Hugo Hodge, Finance Chair. That is a highly debated and one that's been through some legal recourse, so I don't think it's appropriate to jump into that here in this forum right now.
Okay. It's very difficult for me to do an assessment on the financial performance with so many omitted, as the chair stated, omitted facts that we should be reviewing. That's not provided to us, and I assume it's intentional because this should be, information that the public should know, general information, and we don't even have that. Is this something that was discussed before you guys decided to come here?
If I may, Senator, there was a list of requested data provided by legislature for the entity of WICO before coming to the hearing, inclusive of financials and whatnot, that were provided. So the assumption is that they were shared with all of the senators, but especially those in the committee, if not all in the entire body. So the testimony is done with the assumption that data that was provided was shared with all.
The information that I have in front of me is from our post auditor. And I could tell you so far, every entity that's come before us, it's been very detailed as to the information. We need to make our assessment. And this one has been very lacking, unfortunately. So that's why I'm asking, was this discussed before to present it this way, or it just happened to be as vague as it is this time?
We received the package and we gave the information that the package required.
We do this every year. This is nothing new. We all know what we're supposed to do, and if you're not sure, you could easily ask the post auditor or the chair for specific information, because I don't want my constituents to think that I didn't take this seriously enough to ask you questions about your operations. But I can't, because I don't see any numbers here that's worth really diving into. It's so vague. That's the only reason I'm expressing myself this way to you. But nonetheless, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. And hopefully we could get some more information in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. And again, as indicated before, there is a wealth of information that's missing from this. The information that the Chair of Finance alluded to would have been submitted to our post-audit division for preparation of a post-audit report that is circulated to all of the senators. And from that is where we're taking a position that a lot of information is missing or lacking from that. Okay? I'm sure that I saw that the post-audit had a discussion with you, earlier, and it's in reference to the lack of information that's on the post-audit report as it stands right now. What is do you have in aggregate the per diem that has been paid to board members? What is the amount in aggregate?
I don't have that information at this time.
You don't know what's being paid to the board members per diem?
Yes, I know what the per diem is. You said in aggregate.
In aggregate, how much have WICO paid out to the board members for per diem? You don't have that number. Is that your testimony?
I don't have the information at this point.
I'm really challenged by continue this discussion this afternoon. I mean, we don't have much to go on, and again, the post-audit report lacks information that we're asking for. You don't have the information, so I'm not sure what we're going to be able to gather here today. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and special welcome to Charlene Turnbull and Mark Sabino and Hugo Hodge Jr. That's interesting. WICO, you're giving us the least amount of information here, and it's public knowledge that your board is highly compensated for the board meetings. I think it's about a little bit more than $500 per meeting, but I could be erred on the low side. But anyway, let me get into the questions, because transparency is very important, because you're owing the government, you're saying about $10 million in the pilot, but you don't want to give us the numbers. Okay, so let me ask you, you issued some port facilities revenue bonds, 2022A and 2022B of about $52.6 million?
Correct.
And what's the annual debt amortization on those?
What's the annual debt amortization?
Yeah, how much you pay for them? PFA issued them, but I believe you are the one pay the debt amortization, or PFA? Correct me if I'm wrong. Who pays for those bonds?
So we pay about $3.3 million.
3.3 million. Okay. So the Havenside Mall, you didn't mention that. I assume that was an area that you basically lost some revenues. Is that so?
So correction, Senator, we do not manage the Havenside Mall.
No, I didn't say you managed the Havenside Mall. I said you lost revenues. You used to manage it and you used to make money. So you lost revenues on that because you went all the way back to how you lost cruise passengers going way back. I imagine Havenside would have been one of them, right?
Correct.
About how much income you generated from when you were managing the Havenside Mall?
I was not with the company at that point, so I can't put a
You don't
particular
have that.
number on the record.
Okay. So the cruise passengers pay, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going by these numbers, is $14.64 per passenger. WICO collects $7.80 and the Port Authority gets $6.84 plus a $1 marine tax. Is that how it is?
But it's now 824, but you're close.
Okay, Port Authority gets, who gets the 824?
WICO,
So you've gone up from 780 to 824.
correct.
So that means you're generating more money. What is it? Is it still 1464 or that went up?
That went up.
Okay, give me those numbers for my information. What is the cruise passenger tax now?
So the cruise passenger or the tariff is $16.08.
1608.
Right.
WICO gets
WICO gets $8.24
and Port Authority gets
$7.84.
784. Does Port Authority still get the $1 marine tax?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask you now, the dredging of the harbor, is that fully funded? And that's all going to come through Port Authority and other means? No liability on WICO?
No liability on WICO, Senator.
Okay, so what is the amount to dredge the harbor now?
I don't know what their final amount was, but I know they got $17 million from the PFA.
But Mr. Mark Sabino is there. He might know. Do you know Mr. Mark Sabino?
Mark Sabino, Director of Marine and Crew Services, West Indian Company. As the chair said, the interim CEO said they received $17 million from the PFA. The remaining costs, I believe the last thing I heard was somewhere up around $26 million total. So where the rest of that funding is going to come from, I can't say at that time. So right now, as I mentioned earlier, the only thing that I've seen in movement is the demolition of the Concrine School, which was awarded to a local contractor, Senator.
Okay.
For a little under $2 million or something like that. But that the lion's share of the cost of the dredging is yet to be, the source of that is yet to be revealed, is where it's going to come from.
Okay, so...
That is all under Port Authority control.
Okay, well, you know, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't aware
1
that
minute.
the cruise passenger fee had went from $14.84 to $16.08. That how was that done? That was done through legislation?
Well, if I may put this on the record, WICO passengers will pay $3 for the dredging, but we're not paying it at this point in time.
No, that's not my question. You can answer
No, I'm going
that.
back to...
No, this is my time.
So
You can
sorry.
answer that on the chair's time. I want to know how it went from
30 seconds.
1464 to 1608. Was that by legislation or was that WICO Port Authority said that? How did that passenger fee, how did that change?
So WICO have agreements with the lines that allow for CPI increases every other year.
Okay. Okay, so basically you're collecting
Time.
how much more, Mr. Chair? Can I just? So how much more are you collecting based on what is it? I have to figure out the numbers. So what I'll do is, how much more did that 1464 to the 1608 increase your revenues? Do you have approximately? It's, you get about 900,000 passengers time $1 something, so it's about 2 million, a little bit less than $2 million.
It's not as straightforward as that. It depends on the number of passengers you carry in any particular year. I
See,
mean,
that's-
it does increase it per passenger, but then we had a decrease in passengers in 2025.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing about this testimony, ain't much straightforward. I'm not getting the clear answers, but thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
If we're not going to be able to get any response or accurate response from this, then this is an exercise in futility. Clearly, I don't want to waste your time, and I don't want you wasting my time. Either we're going to agree. This committee stands at recess for 3 minutes.
Yeah, you guys got to give us
Give them the audited financial.
We are out of recess and back on record. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. And of course, I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to the WICO representatives here. Interim Director, Ms. Charlene Turnbull. We are having a major challenge here with getting some of the questions answered. I know it was stated that WICO, it's a question regarding that WICO is whether a public or private entity. Based on my research and what the court has ruled, that yes, the Virgin Islands West Indies Company Corporation, WICO, is a public entity, specifically a public corporation and governmental instrumentality of the U.S. Virgin Islands government. There was a Virgin Islands Supreme Court ruling and then a Third Circuit U.S. Court ruling, Third Circuit Court of Appeals ruling, and that was made now. If there's some other legal maneuvering documents or rulings, I will be very much interested in knowing about it, and so would other persons be interested in knowing about it. But as far as I have researched, that's what I came up with. Now, I wanted to ask about insurance cost. You mentioned on page 6 of your testimony, Ms. Turnbull, that there was some insurance cost. How much are you projecting for your insurance, property insurance for this year? Oh, media, could you please turn on Ms. Turnbull's mic? How much is it? Repeat again, Ms. Turnbull.
For 2026, Senator?
Yes, Ms. Turnbull.
$1.4 million.
$1.4 million. Okay. And is this you said it was going to be a decrease?
Correct.
And the decrease, I'm suspecting, is because you no longer manage the mall and you don't have that under your inventory?
No, Senator.
What is causing the decrease?
Well, in the past, we put insurance out for bid, and so we are getting more competitive premiums.
Okay, good. And that's a good thing with the bidding process, that you're getting lower amount. Now, I know about this debt service. You have a debt service that remains at $3.3 million based on what you're stating, and you pay that out annually. To which entity?
UMB.
There was one point in time, if I recall, there was negotiations or discussion to have debt service or maybe consolidated with Banco Popular or the like.
So we had a bond refinance. Mm-hmm. Originally, we had loans with Banco Popular. We refinanced them through bonds.
Through bonds. And how much did you refinance? What was that amount?
The refinance amount, I don't have the exact figure for the refinance amount from Banco Popular.
Okay, so you don't have that exact figure with you? The refinanced amount?
Okay, so the refinance amount, we included some capital outlay as well as reserves.
Okay. And what was the total aggregate?
The total was $52.6 million.
Okay, $52.6 million in refinance. And this what is the repayment of it? How often do you repay, and what is the amount you repay with this refinancing?
So we pay monthly to the trustee.
Okay.
We pay about 200 and I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. We pay monthly to the trustee.
1 minute.
Sorry.
Okay, you pay pay monthly to the trustee. Do you have the amount you pay monthly to the trustee?
Yeah, I do. I'm so sorry.
Okay. While you're looking at that, do you have the number, the figure?
Yes, 278,000.
278,000.
Correct.
Now, when does this note mature? How long is the period?
2052.
2052. And you
30
entered,
seconds.
and you entered it in what year?
2022.
Okay. Okay. Now let's just talk a little bit about this pilot that you have going on that you said in your testimony is a conundrum, a pilot conundrum. Okay, so this pilot conundrum, how much is it that you're owing
Time.
us? Mr. Chairman, I just wrap up on that. How much is that you owe us?
Including 2025, I believe it is. About 11 million.
11 million. Okay. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator College J. Joseph. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at the beginning of the testimony, you heard that the word used, a pilot conundrum, and the need to negotiate with this body in reference to the repayment of those monies. And then you come and you testify and you provide no information. So how can you even think about negotiating what is owed when you literally refuse to provide this body with information? In reference to the personnel services, did you receive a request from Post Audit to provide the salaries of your employees?
Yes, Senator.
Why did you not?
My understanding is we're a private company and the certain information is private.
And who advised you that? Counsel? Legal counsel? Who advised you not to provide us with the information? Legal counsel?
No.
The board chair?
No.
I have time. Who advised you not to provide us with the least amount and the number of tenants you have here? I know you have more tenants than what you have on this list. Who advised you to not provide us with the cost of those lease agreements?
Council?
I mean that you're not going to provide that information? The chair has options, you know. The chair, and I'm sure he's going to exercise his options. He can request that you guys come back before this body with all important information and swear you in for your testimony. What is the amount of per diem per meeting? You know what's the amount that each member receives? Each meeting you go to, how much money are you supposed to get?
Okay. It's $1,500 per member.
$1,500 per member. Do you have a meeting every month?
No.
Have you had a meeting every month this year?
No.
How many meetings have you had?
3 or 4.
So is there anything that you guys remember, like in detail, that's precise as to you're an entity that has governance over a premier, beautiful cruise ship port, but somehow you don't remember any details? Now, in reference to the budget, I'm looking at page 3 of the testimony, and it's saying that your FY 2024 actuals was $6,660,000. Is that true?
Page 3 of,
The post-audit report,
okay.
fiscal year 2024 actuals number that you provided to the post-auditor, actuals general from the, and I don't know why they put in general, well, it should be general fund because monies you generate, but $6,660,000. Was that your budget for 2024?
For 2024, my budget was 6.7 million. 6,660,000.
What is your proposed budget for 2026?
6,678,000.
Okay, when the chair asked you a question earlier, you said that your revenues were 9.6 million and your expenditures were 9.8 million. What's the disconnect between that 9.6 in revenue and your budget recommendation of 6.6?
Okay.
Did you say that your revenues were 9.6 million? Mr. Chair, can you intervene 1 second to just refresh my mind if because I know you
Yeah, the
usually
revenues,
write that stuff.
the finance chair indicated that the revenues is $9.7 million and the expenditures were $9.8 million.
Okay. So if one was 9.7, how is it that your budget is saying 6.6, which is $3 million less? Are we missing? Is it debt service missing or something missing? What's missing?
Debt service.
So you don't include debt service in your budget?
I answered based on the statements that I
1 minute.
received. They asked for particular items. I provided what they asked.
So there's an additional 3.1 million for debt service in this amount?
No, sir. 3,337,000.
3,337,000?
Yeah.
That comes up to, I guess, like 9.9. So how did you get an $800,000 loss? Because you said your loss was 809,000. So when you add on your service to the 6.68, and you said that
Okay, so
your revenues was 9.6, to lose 800,000, your expenditures would have had to be 10.4 million.
okay. So you're referring to fiscal year 2025 or fiscal year 2026?
Either or,
Okay.
because it's the same. In 2025, you said you lose
Time.
800,000.
Okay.
So what is your expected
Okay. So let me.
expenditures with the debt service for this year? What do you expect to spend with debt service, personnel, etc.? What is the total?
So the total is, excluding depreciation, 10.3, almost 10.4 million. So there's 9.6 in revenues, of which 7.9 or 8 million is passenger fees. And other expenses, variable and fixed, are approximately $6 million. Interest expense is $3,337,713. And of course, we have the pilot, which is 700,000, and that's excluding depreciation.
Okay, we're going to need a real breakdown of all of those numbers so that we can have it in front of us and examine those numbers. And whoever told you to come before the legislature and not provide any information, that was really bad advice, because you can't want to come and say you have a pilot conundrum and then you come here and you act like everything is secretive. We need to know the salaries that you're paying. We need to know the increases that are being given. We need to know the per diem, the aggregate costs. And you need to provide us with that information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Ms. Turnbull, prior to being the interim CEO, what was your position?
Chief Financial Officer.
CFO. So some of this information is not new to you. Obviously, you have been the one crunching the numbers and being responsible for the numbers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Again, we sent and we'll send a revised listing to WICO in regards from our post-audit division and the information that's needed for us to be able to make an informed decision. And again, we want total transparency and be able to have this hearing in public so that the members of our community could see and also hear of the information that's being generated here. So I'm on mandate that you come back before this committee once you're able to put all of that information together so that we could schedule you for a subsequent hearing on this matter. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Any closing comments from the Chief Financial Officer or yourself as interim CEO? No. We'll recognize you for 30 seconds.
First of all, I'd like to thank my team, the WICO team. We have a group of hardworking employees that really give a valiant effort every day to make sure that we dock these vessels and make sure that we are the economic engine that we are for this territory. I would like to apologize if for some reason there's a miscommunication. I will be available at any other time to answer the questions that this body may have.
Thank you. We also appreciate the hard work of the employees here. We see of the ships coming in, and we see how careful and meticulous those individuals are in ensuring that there is some safety there. So we don't want to minimize that. We certainly appreciate that. But today, there was some avoidance, in our opinion, in terms of the information that have been asked to be provided. We are guided by the post-audit report, so that we could be able to ask the pertinent questions that we can make informed decisions on these matters. I will send you a request for a new date, and I hope at that time we could really be able to flush out and look at the numbers and be able to make an informed decision. My colleagues and I really had some discussion in respect to how do we address this pilot moving forward, but we can't do that in vacuum. We have to, again, do that with informed decision. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of August 18th, 2025. Again, I want to thank the central staff, post-audit, my colleagues, and everyone involved in today's process. Thank you for today. However, we will have to get the WICO back before us in the very near future. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. Thank you.